Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Happy Saturday night. What's new? What's the haps? What's the word? So happy to see everybody here tonight. What's up, Nana? How you doing? I hurried as fast as I could. Jody, what's up? Yeah, Plussy Tick, thank you very much. Lynn, how you doing tonight? Yes. I want to thank everybody for stopping by, and please don't forget to like and subscribe to the video. And if you can, make a donation using either Cash App or PayPal. It'd be greatly appreciated. We do have a goal tonight. The goal is for every total of $75 in total donations across memberships, gifted memberships, some super chats, Rumble rants, locals, donations, PayPal, Cash App, you name it, memberships on Rumble, whatever, all combined. For every $75, we add another hour to the show, and we enact Bellavision. Or if we get a single donation of $25 or more, then it automatically enacts Bellavision for the night. I want to thank everybody for that. And yes, hi Lynn, how you doing? SB Farmer, what's up, man? Shaylin Tyler, hi Jim and Jim Somniacs. Yes, Jay Liebgott, how's it going? Diamond G, what's up? None of your business, how you doing? Margie, Pat Hacker, Jody, what's up? How you doing? Patrick 7, hey, you're on behind enemy lines. You had to do late night shopping at Walmart. Almost made it back. We'll jump and chat in a few. Oh, cool. What's up, Sylvia? Thank you for being here. Rachel, what's up? You did an 8-mile hike for Veteran Suicide Awareness today with a 40-pound bag. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, what's up, Steve Hilliard? How you doing? So yeah, we got a bunch of stories tonight. Someone sent me a story, and I pulled it up, and then I was looking at it, and I tried to do some research on it. I mean, it seemed like it was from a year ago. So I was like, I don't know if I really want to cover that story. But so I have a bunch of other stuff, though, to talk about tonight. I want to thank everybody who's here. First off, thank you all for coming. My glasses had a little something on them, schmutz on them. I had to clear up. Okay, is my ringer is off. Okay, good to go. Yes. All right. Alrighty. Okay, you're gonna be lurking for a bit. Well, that's cool. I think everybody had seen this major news that came out from the White House today. All right, it says at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Noem. Everything sound good? Sounds good, everybody? Everything good? And Pete Hegseth to provide, he's directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect the war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. Sounds good? All right, cool. From President Trump. There he is. Necessary troops. The order he gave. And Pete Hegseth says, responds, he posts it like that. And then this guy says, well, it's about damn time. According to Doge AI, it says that federalizing troops to protect ICE facilities is a necessary response to Antifa's coordinated attacks on lawful immigration enforcement. We still don't have any idea what that was about. Nothing has come out about the meeting. So as soon as something comes out about it, I'll know about it, but they haven't said anything about it. Yeah. So Portland's leadership has failed to secure federal property and personnel, forcing decisive action under Title 10 authority. The executive order designating Antifa as domestic terrorists, as previewed by AG Bondi, underscores the severity of this threat. It was about mobilizing against Antifa. It's possible, but what's weird is, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think they called in any National Guard people, because I saw reports that the National Guard from like Utah and other places didn't get called in. So, but maybe they skipped some. I don't know. No. Okay. Hey, what's up, Bob? How you doing? Hey, Mother Papillon. How you doing? And when local officials refuse to uphold the law, federal intervention becomes imperative. Secretary Noem and Secretary Hegseth are executing their duty to defend sovereignty, restore order, and neutralize those who target America's immigration system through violence. Weak governance invites chaos. Strength secures the homeland. So here's the story from Gateway Pundit. It says full force authorized. President Trump orders troops to Portland, Oregon, and other cities to protect ICE from Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I swear, cords are the bane of my existence. It said President Trump is responding to the deadly attack, shootings, and siege protests on ICE facilities by Antifa and other leftist domestic terrorists by ordering the deployment of troops Portland, Oregon, and other areas around the country to protect ICE facilities. Trump added, I'm also authorizing full force if necessary. I don't know what that means exactly, full force. We're not going to start drone striking people. Earlier this week, Trump designated Antifa as a terrorist group. Portland has been the scene of a months-long siege by Antifa terrorists at the ICE facility that the local Democrat government has allowed to take place, even though local residents have also been attacked. And the local residents have also complained and asked, to do something about it. Several ICE facilities in Texas have been fired upon, and a lone gunman this summer within a week attacked. Several ICE facilities in Texas have been fired upon by Antifa and lone gunmen this summer, with this week's attack killing an illegal alien who was in ICE custody and wounding 2 others also in ICE custody. And the way they wrote that was weird. An ICE facility in Broadview, Illinois, has been sieged by leftist agitators this month in an ongoing battle. At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security, I am directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I'm authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. A post-millennial reporter, Kate Davenport, has bravely reported on the siege in Portland. Like right here, last night, Black Bloc Antifa militants were on the prowl outside the ICE facility. Federal officers deployed tear gas and munitions to fend off the group who stole a knife from a counter-protester.
Go back to Seattle!
Outside agitator!
Go back to Seattle! Go back to Seattle!
What's your reason for doing
Huh?
the interview?
Go back to Seattle! Fuck this. Go back to Seattle!
Get away from me!
Go back to Seattle!
Not going nowhere,
Go back to
Katie!
Seattle where you're from! You need to shut the fuck up, Katie! Mark! Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah, I know. I mean, I might pull up some of the live coverage when we get to the section. This is just talking about what's the story about what Trump said, and then we've got another section about what Bondi said and Bondi's doing, and then we got some responses from some politicians and stuff. And so I'll probably pull up some live coverage. I have some videos, but maybe we'll pull up some live coverage. We'll see how it goes.
Whoa! You're gonna act like a bitch, bark like a bitch!
So that's basically what we got going on, Photojournalist Honey Badger Mom was just very seriously insulted by Antifa militants.
Help! Assault! Get up! Get up!
Yeah, so at the Broadview siege, there were calls by protesters to shoot ICE agents. Sickening chants would shoot ICE from the mob of over 200 violent protesters. We talked about this last night. There's transpiring in the days. Why are all these people wearing masks? Yeah, it's weird. They're all wearing masks. You don't see the Democrats telling them they're Nazis for wearing masks, right? I mean, the Democrats all say if you wear masks, you're a Nazi or a fascist, Gestapo. But I guess for them, it's okay.
Arrest guys!
Yeah, so that's what we got going on. Friday night, before Trump's troop announcement, Attorney General Bondi posted that she was ordering a massive federal law enforcement deployment. I have witnessed the continued onslaught of violence perpetrated against ICE officers across our country. The Department of Justice will not stand idly by in the face of such lawlessness. At my direction, I'm deploying DOJ agents to ICE facilities and wherever ICE comes under siege to safeguard federal agents, protect federal property, and immediately arrest all individuals engaged in any federal crime. Pursuant to President Trump's recent executive action, I'm also instructing the Joint Terrorism Task Force across the country to disrupt and investigate all entities and individuals engaging in acts of domestic terrorism, including repeated acts of violence and obstruction against federal agents. Yeah, it's not so much the executive order. It says Portland, Andy is live on Rumble along with a few other channels if you want to watch after. I don't know. Maybe I'll pull some stuff up. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll play some of the live stuff. But it's not so much that the executive order that Trump signed, but yesterday he signed a national security memorandum, which is basically the president's authority directing, the power of the government, what they're going to do. And it's one of them things where, like, one of the memorandums were basically declaring, well, it's where Obama's list, remember, Obama had a list of people that he was going to drone. That was a national security memorandum. Mm-hmm. And so to that end, they're going to direct the FBI, DEA, and ATF and USMS to accelerate our efforts. Mm-hmm. You hope they use the Trump voice to tell the crowds to disperse again? We'll see. And this is, this is everywhere. This is on Breitbart. Trump authorizes troops to protect Portland ICE facilities from Antifa. It's in the Daily Caller. Trump sending troops to Portland to protect ICE facilities amid Antifa threat. So that's what they're doing. Okay. And this is Antifa's responses like this. Yeah, following the president's executive order related to Antifa and domestic terrorism this week, Portland Antifa ringleader and domestic terrorist Alyssa Azar has deleted her X account. She's afraid of what evidence would show from her communications. Much of Antifa's criminal networking now occurs on Blue Sky. These are the people. This is what they look like. Convicted felon, but she got a gun. How's a convicted felon got a gun? That's weird. Clackamas County. Watch the moment. Convicted felon and Portland Antifa ringleader was handcuffed and taken into custody at sentencing today. One of her Antifa cameras packed the court, cried. Last month they were violent. This is them. Whatever. So that's them. Yeah, communists, Antifa, and far-left extremists in Portland are calling their militants to violently mobilize for insurrection in response to the president saying he will send troops to protect federal property. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Am I not streaming on Rumble? Is it live? Okay, it's live on Rumble. All right, I got a weird notification there. I wasn't sure what that was all about. Okay. All right. Sorry. It says the president has declared war. This is a Chris Olson PDX. That's Portland. And they think they're a different country or something. So something's going to happen here, man. We're going to have, looks like it's all coming to a head in Portland, especially since you got a bunch of Democrat politicians declaring that that they're separate. They don't have to, abide by federal law. The president has declared war on Portland. He's threatening to kill protesters. Build community, organize, arm, fight back. These are these people right there. Protect your neighbors. Fight back. F ICE. The only good fascist is unless you're actually going to take it to the next level, this is just theatrics. The only way to defeat fascism is through violence. This guy. What happens when the demonstration does nothing? What then? These people, and that's what they want. They're going to get what they want, man. Communism Control Act of 1954. The Communist Control Act of 1954 is American law signed by President Dwight Eisenhower that outlawed the Communist Party USA and criminalized membership. They need to start enforcing that. They need to start enforcing it. As Mr. Mediker says, Antifa is prepping for violence in Portland. Local government and corrupt DAs never held them accountable before, and now they're terrified. Hey, Brian Ogden is here. Did I not see him? Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing? Nice to see you tonight. You see me, Rachel? Okay, cool. Nanny Goat's here too. Hey, what's up, Nanny Goat? Nice to see you. Did you hear a sheriff in California refuses to enforce Newsom's mask mandate? See, that's the thing. Like, I think there's going to be some tension because sheriffs, if I'm not mistaken, sheriffs are constitutional officers. So they're not. The governor can't tell a sheriff what to do. Steve Hilliard says Pat Dixon had separate but simultaneous streams today. The first I've ever seen. I don't know what he would do that for. Maybe he's got two channels or something. What he was doing, or maybe he was. Sometimes they have a service that you can subscribe to where they'll take a bunch of live streams and they'll like make them together and just run it round the clock. A lot of people do that where they have a constant stream running that people can watch all the time, so it's constantly playing. I don't know what he did exactly, but I'd have to look at it and see what the deal was with that. Oregon officials today were decrying. Yeah, I have all that. We're gonna go all through all the stuff they said, and my personal opinion is they are declaring that they are in open rebellion against the federal government. They've declared their seditious intent, and we should proceed as the law dictates, which is they should all be arrested for sedition. They're not allowed to declare themselves, unbound by the federal government. That doesn't work that way any more than me or you could do that. Pat Bonney says, under President Trump's leadership, there is zero tolerance for political violence and domestic terrorism. Hey, Brian Ogden, what's up, buddy? So nice to see you. Hi, Jim. What's going on? Chilling by the pool, I see from your picture. Thank you very much for the $10. This is our first donation of the evening. It's greatly appreciated. And just like everything else, we get to get this, get the old cowbell going. 2 cowbells. We get a cowbell and a cha-ching, cha-ching. And that's greatly appreciated. And we'll deduct the banner and change to the new banner. And it's $65 now away from our goal from extra hour. First extra hour. That's Hearst Castle. That's cool. Yeah, they're heading straight into the FO part. Well, I hope so, man. I hope so. I hope that we are done playing patty cake with these people. And she's deploying federal agents to ICE facilities and around the country. So let's hear what she has to say. She's got to prove herself, in my opinion.
We're witnessing a new era of political violence. Assassins have tried to murder Trump twice and tried to kill Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh. In Minnesota, legislators and even children attending Mass were gunned down in cold blood in 2 separate incidents. And an assassin targeted and murdered our friend Charlie Kirk. A sniper shot 3 people at a Texas ICE facility, and now more than 200 violent rioters were at a Chicago ICE facility chanting, "Arrest ICE, shoot ICE." At least one had a gun. We've seen this before. We saw it in Portland and with the LA riots. These are not peaceful protests. These are coordinated attacks by radical extremists, and they end now. Anyone who threatens or assaults our federal officers will be arrested and charged federally, not in some liberal state court. Same goes for anyone who's funding and aiding these extremists. You will be dismantled brick by brick. We are taking our country back. Make America safe again.
That's awesome. That's what I like to hear. We got to see. They're going to have to hold them to it. These people are the problem. Dems to their bases right here. We need to take action against these Nazi ICE agents. This is what the Dems are saying. This is the problem, man. This is what the Dems are saying.
This is Gestapo-like behavior. Plainclothes officers wearing masks are terrorizing immigrants.
The ICE issue is alarming beyond words.
Sorry.
Masked men jumping out of unmarked cars, people disappearing, no due process. We're being hyperbolic. If you're a black and brown community, it's here. Wake up.
Dangers that we saw in Nazi Germany, especially in the earliest days of Nazi Germany, are the dangers that we need to react to now. They're taking people off the streets and sending them away. It's a 5-alarm fire, everyone.
Every single ICE agent who's engaged in this aggressive overreach and are trying to hide their identities from the American people will be unsuccessful in doing that. This is not the 1930s, and every single one of them, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will of course be identified.
Donald Trump's modern day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. No chance to mount a defense, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye, just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans and disappeared. We need to make sure that there's a firewall that they have to come through before they get to them.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack.
Wow. Someone just sent me a story. I'm going to have to pull it up about. Anyway, I don't want to get into it right now. We're going to keep going here. So we got this. So this is rich. So armored vehicles full of federal agents have arrived at the federal building in Portland as tensions with Antifa rise. Earlier this morning, the President Trump ordered troops into Portland to protect ICE facilities. Antifa terrorists will not win. These are just federal law enforcement agencies. These aren't soldiers. This isn't the military.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just Homeland Security people. Yeah, and it's happening, isn't it? Yeah, it's happening. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pam Bondi deploys DOJ agents to ICE facilities, orders a joint terrorism task force to crush radical left-wing mobs, assaulting the federal officers. Because ICE has a specific mandate, and they're not really. I mean, they can, if they see a federal crime happening in front of them, they do. They're federal. Basically, they can do something about it. But it's a lot easier if they have like FBI, ATF, and all these other people there who can just bring in a full hammer of the federal government. You're sure there's been lawsuits and judges blocking? Well, the judges are going to try, but Supreme Court, we have a story on that. The Supreme Court has had it, I think. Justice Thomas has basically come out and said that, we have to stop all this ridiculousness with precedent and stuff. Hey, Jules, how you doing? So happy to catch you here tonight, live, catching up at 1.5 speed. That's cool. People keep getting this confused and just arguing instead of looking into it. I think they're used the guard or military for anything. It's going to be auxiliary lows like that. Yeah, no. They're going to use the guard or the military to guard the facilities, set up a perimeter and keep people from approaching. And then the agents are going to go out and do their thing. And then if something happens where they start trying to attack stuff, we'll have to see, Yeah, the problem is Roberts is a spineless wuss. Yes, he is. Something, but I mean, just want to point out that for everyone, Trump is 21-0 at the Supreme Court so far on all these cases. Everyone that's gone to the Supreme Court, he's won. He has not lost yet. So it is. Roberts is a rhino. He's not a MAGA. He's not a conservative, I would say. He's a institutionalist, but he does try to follow the Constitution, I guess, sometimes, mostly. So Pam Bondi's ordered the deployment of DOJ agents to immigration and customs enforcement facilities across the country and instructed the Joint Terrorism Task Force to target radical left-wing mobs that have been assaulting federal officers and obstructing immigration enforcement. See now, you sent me a Cash App. You're going to try instead of Super so YouTube doesn't rob you blind. Oh, well, thank you. You sent me a Cash App? Oh, let me see. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jules. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll deduct that $5 from Jules off the gold here. We are now $60 away from an additional hour. Trump's SCOTUS is what, 90-0? No, he's like 21-0 right now. I mean, just this year, he's 21-0 at SCOTUS. He hasn't lost yet. See, they're not plain anarchists. They're not. They're communists. See, this is a lot of people. They try to claim that they're draft not enough for Bella. No, not yet. Not enough. Antifa are communists. They're founded as communists. They are completely that's it. They're communists. And they say they try to claim that there are anarcho-communists, but that is like that those two things don't go together. I mean, anarchy means no government, and communism is total government. So it's just the words that they say. It's kind of like when the communists finally take over, what'll happen is all these, basically the same thing that happened in China with this, the Red Guard. Once they were done, the Red Guard got, and that's what'll happen to those guys too, is they'll just be gone. Hey, Gundam Zig, what's up? What's going on? These new age leftists, anarchists, and accelerationists are no different than the Democrat politicians using the Democrats' flag. They hate them as much as they hate us. Yeah, but see, the Democrats are using them, and they're intertwined. Like this, the Democratic socialists, those guys, like the Bernie Sanders, they think these people are their people. Yeah. The anti-fascist is gaslighting. It's 100% gaslighting. They are the fascists. They're attacking people. They're shutting up speech. I mean, that's what a fascist does. Everything they do is fascistic. Just because they're doing it under the communist banner, they try to say like it's not the same thing. They try to always think that like communists and fascists are the complete opposite when they're basically like kissing cousins. The rule of law will prevail. So we listened to her story there, and so yeah. This move comes in the aftermath of a shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas, which left a detainee dead and multiple federal personnel wounded. Bonnie's move is backed by the full authority of President Trump, who signed an executive memorandum declaring terrorism and organized political violence a national security priority. His order cites chilling examples of political violence that rocked the nation, in Charlie Kirk assassination, the assassination of senior healthcare executive, attempted assassination of Brett Kavanaugh, the 2 separate assassination attempts against Trump himself. He should have also listed the one against the Democrat, that Democrat woman who voted with the Republicans. Oh, another mom says, check my Cash App. Okay, I'll check it again. Oh, okay, another mom. Thank you very much for the $25, another mom. With that, we get the Bellavision, and we get $35 now away from the first additional hour. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very, very, very much. She's happily snoozing. Yeah, she likes to chill. But let me fix the camera a little bit there. Maybe I'll, who knows? Maybe I'll get her to move. I'll knock or something, get her to move. We'll see. Come on, the software takes forever to load up, man. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. Bella has joined the show. Yes, she has. Let's see here. There she is. Just chilling. All righty. Let's see here. We got. Thank you very much. Communism is just fascist socialism. Well, if you look at the fascists, if you really do, if you look at Mussolini, if you look at Hitler, if you look at all these fascists, they were socialists. I mean, they try to say, oh, it wasn't real socialism because it was the government controlled what everybody, was in charge. Nobody was able to make anything in a factory that the government didn't say so. The government basically had, de facto, like not so much ownership, but oh wait, I got another $25 from another person on Cash App. Who sent that other? Wait, what's going on here? I got two 25s. Wait a minute, what? I did. I got Catherine. That KPT. I don't. Who was that? Let's see. Who else is here? Someone else did another 25. So I don't know who it was. Oh, Trumpinator, thank you very much. Well, someone else did another 25. I'm not sure who it was. So I don't want to dox them or anything like that. So we're now just $5 away from the first additional hour with Trumpinator's $5 super chat. Oh, and then Phil Coggins says all socialist governments devolve into a fascist one. Yes, they do. 2 diamonds. That was 2 diamonds. Okay, that was 2 diamonds. Where's she at? Thank you. You did. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the treats. I don't want to dox your name, but thank you. Thank you very much. I gotta hold on. Okay. That's for that 25. And then for Trumpinators 5. Thank you. And then Philip Coggins for 10 says all socialist governments eventually devolve into fascist ones. All right. And with that, we are at our first additional hour. We are now just $70 away from a second additional hour. What do you know? Oh, no, we're not. No, here goes Sylvia. Says, oh, here's another 5. So thank you, Sylvia. Now let me go back to the banners. And now we are $65 away from a second additional hour. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. You're so generous. Greatly appreciated. Let's see. So if that doesn't wake her up, yeah, thank you. If that doesn't wake her up, nothing will. We need more cowbell. Yes. So no leads, no suspect, shooter every weekend on Highway 77 shooting in the cars, 5 dead from that. No the ghetto housing is shooting every day. See armed robberies all the time. Walmart. Wait, there's a shooting every weekend on Highway 77 in the cars, and they haven't caught anybody? Farmer version of Pink Floyd, The Wall. I was going to use the that's a Bella Bell. Yeah, that's Bella Bell. I was going to use Pink Floyd's Money, but they're like, if you play like any more than like 6 or 7 seconds, they're going to catch it. Well, Diamonds. I appreciate that. I'm a fan of Joe's also, and I like him. I don't know. I try my best. I'm getting better. I think every show to give you guys what you want. So, like I said, if there's something you want more of or less of, let me know. However you like it, I'll try to do the best I can to give you guys the show that you pay for, that you want. That The president also highlighted that 1,000% surge in attacks on ICE officers since January 2025, noting that the most recent atrocity, a mass shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas that left multiple casualties. Wow. The order leaves no doubt that it's not random violence, but organized campaigns of intimidation, radicalization, and terror designed to silence opposition and dismantle America from within. Trump's executive directive order the National Joint Terrorism Task Force and all JTTFs nationwide to launch a sweeping crackdown on domestic terrorist networks. The order mandates investigations into recruitment and radicalization campaigns for political violence. So what's good is what's good about this order and the Terrorism Task Force is they basically can really start monitoring stuff and actually spying on people and digging into stuff, and they'll start getting into people's phones and that they grab and looking at connecting the networks, and they'll actually really, maybe I'm hoping get to the bottom of who's paying for all this stuff. Really, that would be the best way to get it done. Bella is the draw. I know. It's all about the Bella. It's all about the Bella. There she is. She just likes to chill, though. You can see her breathing very slowly. Okay. All right. So, and then the institutional and individual funders of extremist movements. So, yeah, they could track the money. If they start looking into the money and seeing who's paying it, and honestly, if there's Democrat politicians that are involved in this, are communicating with these people, because it sure seems like the Democrats are talking to these people and they kind of control them. Like they can get them to pull back and not do stuff. Correction, they'll start to be able to use the information they've already got from their phones and online presence legally. Okay, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they'll actually by telling these task forces to do it, there are actually people doing the work now. That's just like an actual thing. They have to do it now. Yeah. I think any Southport, North Carolina, reporting an active shooter. Dems aiding in sedition. Is it at an ICE facility? I saw protesters at an ICE facility in North Carolina. I don't see anything right now. Oh. Yeah, right here. It says active shooter situation reported in Southport. In Southport, residents urged to stay in their homes. Reports of an active shooter in the yacht basin. Unknown number of injuries. City's asking people to stay inside. Then a boat took off, he said, from 7 people taken to the hospital. So a person pulled up. It was a boat. Someone pulled up on a boat. Police respond to active shooter reports at the North Carolina Coast South Basin Yacht Club. Unknown number of injuries. Cape Fear. I mean, this is crazy. That's some crazy stuff. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that and see what's going on. No, well, that's awesome. You're going to turn Michigan red. That's great. Right? Michigan? I think so. Or is it I don't know. Is it Michigan? First drive-by boat. Yeah. First boat drive-by. It's a float-by shooting. That's crazy. A lot of people don't understand how much the Muslims nations pay and provide disinformation, especially online. The people pushing mega heck kidnapping by immigrants started with a bot account from the UAE. Was it that kid? Like, did that kid say he was kidnapped, or was it just was a kid involved, or was it just someone else made the stuff up? But I'd like to really know, like, what's going on. There's so many bots, man. So many bot accounts. One of the socialist live streamers on YouTube is live streaming from the ICE facility. The Black Hebrew Israelites are out there on the fence with loudspeakers, and it's hilarious. Well, you know, like I said, they're going to start tracking the NGOs and the foreign linked organizations laundering money into the terror operations. You know, if they could tie them, which they should be easy enough to tie them to foreign sources and foreign stuff, then they no longer become domestic. They become international terrorist organizations. In the coordinated doxing, swatting, and rioting, looting, and targeting of political intimidation, the president also directed the Treasury and IRS to cut off all the funding pipelines. Yeah, so the Treasury Department could just start, like, basically locking up people's bank accounts. Like, the Treasury Department, they could just shut off your bank account like that. It's scary. It's not something I like, but if they're doing it to terrorists, I mean, I don't know. You don't see me on Rumble? I'm streaming on Rumble. I can show you right here. See, I'm streaming on Rumble. There's Rumble. I closed the wrong link. I gotta do this. All right. Yeah, that should be there. Where are we at here? Yeah, and the coordinated doxing. So they also directed the Treasury and all them to go after the networks that are bankrolling these movements. That was the end of it. I did all that for nothing. Fox News basically got the same thing. Bondi declares a new era of political violence as federal agents deployed to the ICE facilities nationwide. You saw that. She's going to vow to crack down, saying America has entered a new era of political violence. Talking about the shooter and all that. Obama's foundation was found to contribute to a group responsible for funding protests, $2 million between 23 and 24. Yeah, they also, like, I did a story, it was the other night, Opal, that 80 million or 90 million in the past 3 years from Soros went to all these different terrorist groups, like the Antifa and to the the groups that are actually doing the legal representation of all the Antifa, and then when they get arrested, the money's coming from Soros. So, oh, Baby Shark, don't. No, you just got it in my head. Yeah, there is. Rumble's been having a lot of issues. I don't know what it is. I thought maybe it was DDoS, but it's been going on for several days. They just changed their their whatever it's called, their UI or whatever it's called. So I don't know if that's what it is. And so, but here's what the people from Portland say. Governor Tina Kotek. My office is reaching out to the White House and Homeland Security for more information. We have been provided no information on the reason or purpose of any military mission. There is no national security threat in Portland, and our communities are safe and calm. Like, seriously? Seriously? I mean, this lady, seriously? Yeah. Ask Oregonians to stay calm, and we will have further comment. So you don't know what public safety is. I still remember you trying to curtail the Portland Police's response to the 2020 violent and deadly BLM Antifa riots. The U.S. government doesn't need your permission to enter your state. You've done enough damage. If you can't help, stay out of the way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, according to her, they don't exist. Like, see, she's like, oh, there's no problem. They don't exist. But hey, look at, what's it say? Official homepage of Antifa. Look at this. Add a friend, whatever. Oh, Antifascista. I wonder why they still have a page. Look at this. Where's it at? It says, oh, they're in Portland. Look at this. Antifa customer service. Oh, what do you know? Only private members, only members can see what they post. Oh, they're located in Portland, Oregon. Huh. How do you, it's weird that you can become a member of something that doesn't exist. That's odd. Yeah. And just says again, the U.S. government doesn't need your permission to enter your state. You've done enough damage, like supporting the violent Antifa rioters in 2020. If you can't help, stay out of the way. Yeah, it's all semantics. It is. It's all decentralized piles of groups, people under different names. Yeah, but they're all connected. They're all like interconnected, like the John Brown Gun Club, the Antifa, DF, the Democrat Socialist, DSA, RevCom USA. It's all interconnected. The Tides Foundation, it's all interconnected. Portland Mayor Keith Wilson denounces the military deployment. This guy, if I'm not mistaken, I saw videos, I've been trying to find him, where he actually had like Antifa bodyguards protecting this Portland mayor, like walking with them places. Falsely claims footage from the ongoing violence, ICE riots is from 2020. So he's talking about the footage today, what's going on. That's from 2020. That's not happening. It's live video. We're seeing it. This is not a military. The president will not find violence or lawlessness here. This guy is ridiculous. People are ridiculous.
President Trump has directed all necessary troops to Portland, Oregon. The number of necessary is 0 in Portland and any other American city. And let me repeat that. This is an American city. We do not need any intervention. This is not a military target. The president will not find lawlessness or violence here. I've been so deeply disappointed to see the footage from a half decade ago recycled and then recycled again. If President Trump came to Portland today, what he would find is people riding their bikes, playing sports, enjoying the sunshine, buying groceries or produce from a farmer's market, as the governor had noted. On Monday, I will gather with a dozen regional mayors to sign a joint statement modeled after that of Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, who received the same ugly threat of military deployment as Portland now has. Like Mayor Johnson's executive order, our statement will be one of values, of caring for our community and caring for each other. And that's what we need right now, not occupying troops. Again, I am so deeply disappointed with the federal government's irresponsibility.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm not even watching any more of this because I'll smash my TV screen. The fact that the news didn't cut away and say he's a liar is ridiculous. All right. Mm-hmm. And then she says, I have obtained a copy of an internal draft letter from Portland Mayor Keith Wilson and surrounding area Democrat mayors denouncing any attempt to federally militarize the Portland metro area. Portland will be providing resources for legal deployment for protesters, Antifa, and will deploy human rights observers to monitor and assess and make determinations regarding the legality of federal action with respect to the constitutional rights of assembly, protest, and free expression. So you will donate 10 Bella bucks if I break my TV on camera. Well, how would anyone know? You wouldn't be able to see anything. It would be, you just realized there was custom Jim Tells You emojis? Oh, yeah, I created a whole bunch of them. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them, Patrick Simon, a whole bunch of them. I tried to make some for Bronca, but I don't know. I sent him some. I don't know. I told him, let me know what he wants. I'll make them more. They're super easy to make. It takes about 2 minutes to make them. So yeah, so they're going to use all their legal tools to deny our jurisdiction's personnel, equipment, facilities, and resources for any participation or support of militarized federal actions that target the civil rights of our community. This is just so ridiculous. This is like backwards, the bizarro world stuff they're doing, including that of assembly, free expression, and protests under directly required by local, state, and federal law. Like, they are actually telling these people that it's legal. I mean, the stuff that's going on, it's just, man. I need some Pepe emojis. I need to get some more. Depending on the number of members you have, that's how many emojis you can have. And right now, I think I need like 30 or 40 more members to be able to add another emoji. And so that's basically what they're doing. They're gonna believe that the Constitution of the United States and rule of law protects all persons' civil rights and the public safety. So, yeah. Militarized federal agents were deployed without the legitimacy of public support. They have the public support of the American people. Black and brown communities, veterans, and unsheltered, formerly incarcerated, those experiencing poverty, immigrant communities have and will suffer most under the threat of federal militarization. These have joined lawsuits to provide amnesty briefs for the Newsom v. Trump, San Francisco v. Trump, all these cases that they lost. We're committed to creating and sharing accessible legal resources, informing individuals of their immigration enforcement rights. All right. Yeah. Charge all these people with seditious conspiracy. The city's source familiar with this matter told Post Millennial that Mayor Wilson's intention to coordinate with Portland hotels to block federal agents from staying in them. They go ahead and try, and then those hotels will end up getting closed down for civil rights violations. The joint statement was initially set to go on Monday following the 3 p.m. press conference. Oregon mayors pledged to deny resources to the federal law enforcement after Trump surged his troops to protect ICE, residents of Antifa. Yeah. Portland mayor, comrades pledged to do more. Governor Kotek urges the protesters, Antifa, not to engage in criminal acts of violence while protesting. We do not need or want federal troops in Oregon stoking fear, creating conflict, and escalating a situation that is under control. Well, which is it? Is it under control? Oh, cool. Yeah, if you get some, send it to me. I can change some out. I just kind of threw the ones I had in there.
President Trump's inconceivable insistence that we need federal troops in Portland not address the real concerns in our communities. We do not need or want federal troops in Oregon stoking fear, creating conflict, and
why would there be conflict with federal
a situation
troops?
That is under control. Any federal takeover with military troops in our state is a threat to communities across Oregon. It violates our right to govern ourselves. It interferes with local law enforcement's ability to fulfill their mission. And frankly, it drains taxpayer resources that could be better spent elsewhere.
Yeah, the nullification issue was settled in 1865. It was. Yeah.
Oregon is our home. It is not a military target. Any deployment would be an abuse of power and a misuse of federal troops. People across the state and across the political spectrum here in Oregon are uniting together to peacefully oppose policies that they do not agree with. I believe in free speech and the ability to lawfully and peacefully protest.
Really? So you've seen peaceful protests?
And I have a message for Oregonians. Let's not take the bait. Let's not respond to what the president is trying to do. We have to raise our voices absolutely peacefully to the things that we believe in. But I also want to say that any property damage or violence of any kind will get us nowhere and will not be tolerated. If you want to stand in opposition to the Trump administration, I would ask that you lean into supporting
Oh.
your community, helping people.
Thank you for becoming a new member, another mom. Thank you very much. I will deduct that. Off the total. We are now, I think, casual listener. I believe that's $4, right? $3.99. So that will be $61. Oh, so we're now $61 from a second additional hour. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Pretty soon, after you're a casual listener, eventually you'll start paying attention. You'll start noticing things. And then after you notice things, you'll be in the matrix. You'll see the matrix. And you'll see it all. It'll be there for you. Yeah, they sure do want the federal aid when their town burns. Yeah, they do. Well, yeah, mostly peaceful but fiery. Fiery but mostly peaceful. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, what's this? Photos of the protests. Oh, what's this? So totally peaceful. Totally peaceful. Totally peaceful. Yeah, looks great. Totally peaceful. Democrat Governor Oregon tells President Trump to stand down and not send troops to crush Antifa in Portland. There's no insurrection. There's no threat to national security. And there's no need for military troops. This is what living an alternative reality looks like. It really is. Yeah, you made me look, but I saw a member for 2 months. You got me. This will probably activate a cell, probably.
Been abundantly clear with them. Me and the group of elected leaders, big leaders behind me, we are in the central city of Portland, Oregon, and it is a beautiful day. And we are very happy to be here speaking with you today. In my conversations directly with President Trump and Secretary Noem, I have been abundantly clear with them.
Yeah, why don't you go to Portland, go out at night. Go out at night. Antifa's all asleep right now. They do this shit all night long. They start when it gets dark. They're only out at night. They're not out during the day. We've learned this since 2020. At night, it got bad everywhere. Do these people now know they will be gone after elections? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, Trump needs to start acting like Lincoln did, basically. Oh my God, Brian Oldenkamp, the head of membership recruitment, comes in with 10 Jim Tells You memberships. Holy crap, Ola. Wow. Let's see who got a membership there. We got Bush, Big H received a membership. Audra, Dennis B, Dawn, Just Dawn, Soulless Ginger, Sheila Marie, 556 Tsunami, No Jabski, Mongoose, or Magoose, I'm sorry, and Saxon and Nana, 1776, all received gifted memberships from Brian. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brian. Wow. Wowzer, wowzer, wowzer. That's going to get some... Wow. And with that actually makes us now, we are just $1 away from a second additional hour. Wowzers. Wowzers. Wow, wow.
And the state of Oregon believe in the rule of law, and we can manage our own local public safety needs. There is no insurrection. There is no threat to national security, and there is no need for military troops in our major city. Military service members should be dedicated to real emergencies. The members of the Oregon National Guard, their mission is to stand up and protect Oregonians, and they will do that every day, but they are not needed in the city. They are not needed here.
They are needed. What are you talking about? You're crazy. They're needed. They're really needed. Wow. Hey, you know what else too is like, what do you got? Mr. K with $1, and then Muffin Randa with 99 cents, and then Brian Ogden with $5. Thank you guys. Wow. Mr. K says, I can afford the one. Oh, she has a wife. I can afford the one. All right, so that means we are now. Let's see here. I'll bring this off. Do this, and then we're gonna go like this. Then so that's $69 away from a third additional hour. Wow. If you say it enough, they'll believe it to be true. That's what they do. They just keep repeating the same stuff over and over again. And then they think people will believe it. That's the problem. And thank you, Brian Ogman, for the $5. Thank you very much. Mr. K for the $1, and Muffin Rando for the 99-cent super sticker. I deducted that off. We are now $69 away from the third additional hour. No more bells, please. Okay. All right. No more bells. This is the governor briefs the press on Trump. There's no insurrection. We saw that. But this happened today in Portland. I don't know if you guys saw this. Ice Cube's tour bus was destroyed in Portland within the last 48 hours. Antifa protesters mistake Ice Cube's tour bus for an ICE deportation bus. Video goes viral where they allegedly firebomb it during the chaos in Portland. That's right, because it said ICE on it. Ice Cube, it said ICE. They saw ICE, and so they firebombed his truck, his van. You know. A violent clash broke out in Portland after Antifa protesters mistakenly attacked rapper Ice Cube's tour bus, believing it belonged to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The mix-up led to chaos, with the vehicle being firebombed and vandalized before police intervened. The rapper was reportedly unharmed during the incident. Yeah, the man who made F the police. Ironic. It's crazy, right? Yeah, maybe... I don't know. Maybe should I only do the bell, the cowbell, the Bella bell once Bella comes in, and then do just a cat. I got to do something when people donate, though. I got to give some kind of notification, right? I don't know. Where's the video? Pretty easy to find. An unprecedented act of stupidity. Antifa mistakenly mistook Ice Cube's bus. I don't know. And then here's the senator from 20 or more to get the bell. Okay. And it says, you're right. Lincoln used the army to prevent the Maryland and Delaware legislatures from voting on secession. Yes. Maybe that's what we need to do. I mean, if these governors and politicians from these, breakaway states that think they're no longer part of the union, maybe they need to get put under federal control, like happened to the South. I don't know. They sure sound sedition-y to me. I don't know. I mean, thank you for the 5. And now we're 64 away from a third hour. Oh, I'm gonna have He also got rid of habeas corpus. Yeah, he did. The poorly named mayor of PDX, Sam Adams, started this crap. He pandered to the violent street kids and begged them to do no property damage. Showed the Antifa black bloc they could operate openly and cops stand down. Yeah. It's crazy. It is. Trump is launching an authoritarian takeover of Portland, hoping to provoke conflict. The conflict's already there. He urges Oregonians to reject his attempt. Answer, whether or not it's the world's wealthiest man pays any taxes should be depend on the results of a Twitter poll. It's time for the billionaire's income tax. These people are just communists. That's what they are. He's a commie. He is a commie. And Stephen Miller says, according to a sitting U.S. senator, if an federal ICE facility and its officers are subjected to unceasing violent Antifa terrorism, the correct response is for the federal government to unconditionally surrender, withdraw, and suspend enforcement or face even more Antifa violence. Yeah, they want them to do like they did in Minnesota. Remember when they abandoned the police station that got burned down? That's what they want. They want to just abandon. That's why they had the Chaz to chop there. That's what they want. Doge says, Senator Wyden's rhetoric ignores reality. Federal law enforcement agencies like ICE are under siege by violent mobs targeting facilities and personnel. Title 10 authority explicitly allows the president to federalize the National Guard units when states fail to protect federal operations. Exactly what's happening in Portland. The Military and Law Enforcement Accountability Act is a thinly veiled attempt to handcuff federal authority, prioritizing partisan obstruction over public safety. When local leaders refuse to quash attacks on ICE facilities, federal intervention isn't authoritarian, it's enforcing the rule of law. Surrender isn't an option. Protecting federal assets and its personnel is not negotiable. Widened stance rewards lawlessness, emboldening those who attack the institutions tasked with upholding immigration enforcement. Weak leadership creates chaos. Decisive action restores order. Wonder if he paid him to collect insurance. I wonder if he'll continue to support the terrorists. Who knows? They are the left of communism. Yeah, they are. Yeah. The fact that they attacked Ice-T's bus demonstrates they aren't black. Well, it's Ice Cube's bus. Ice Cube's bus. Yeah. The yays and nays will be changed to ice and nays. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, martial law. Oh, he's saying mix it up. Do you have a woohoo, a pole dance, or a twerk, firework? I do have some other stuff. I guess I could play some other things. I got some other sounds I could play. Yeah. Because here she's like, taken just a few minutes ago outside the ICE facility in Portland that Trump claims is under siege. My message to Donald Trump is we don't need you here. Stay the hell out of our city. So you can see it's all boarded up and fenced off. But this is this is during the day. You know what I mean? This is during the day. Oh. So yeah, so look, it's not getting it's not getting firebombed during the at 10 in the morning when they're all sleeping. So we'll have to check back and see what it looks like later, right? Because it ain't gonna look like that later. And then here's a congresswoman. This is one of the communist congresswomen that went down to Venezuela or El Salvador to go see the Maryland man and bring back the old man. Southport, North Carolina restaurant shooter. You're talking about the one that just happened. You might top on if you're done. Okay, well, that's cool. Hop on when you get done. Yeah, just like with Prisker walking around at 6 a.m. saying how safe it is. I think I pulled that up. You got more information on it? Because that was someone like on a boat, they said, right? Sean's riot stream is starting to heat up. Oh, cool. 3 feds were permanently blinded at the courthouse last time around. Yeah. This one says, we are hearing reports of increased federal agents in Portland. Let me be clear. If Trump wants to tell a story of Portland, it does not reflect who we are. Portland we love is strong, compassionate, unwavering our commitment to protect our neighbors. Portland we love did not ask for federal agents, does not want them. It's not up to you. Yeah, it was from a boat. It's not up to you. The federal government has a responsibility to protect the rights of all the citizens. And that means not allowing what's happening. By your local government refusing to enforce the law and letting this shit go on night after night, terrorizing the neighborhoods, you are violating the rights of everyone else. They need to start cracking down. That's the whole purpose that we have the Civil Rights Division, was because when they had these Democrats in the South that refused to enforce the law and were letting blacks get abused in the South and not prosecuting people, the federal government had to come in and start prosecuting the cops and the people for civil rights violations. The same shit needs to happen now to the same Democrats that are doing the same shit. Yeah. Where it was worse, they had Multnomah County DA was pro-Antifa and only prosecuted people like the Proud Boys. Antifa types were released within 24 hours. State Sheriff yanked his people because he was tired of his guys. Yeah, that's what's been going on. This is nuts, man. This is nuts. Yeah, Portland is sure peaceful bliss, complete calm. Oh yeah, look, this was just last night. Wow. Complete bliss. Yeah. It's a lawless shithole thanks to deranged leftists like you. Yeah, you're a fraud. Wow, look at this. Oh, they got guillotines and stuff, putting them out to guillotines. Does not want federal agents. Last time I checked, Portland was part of the United States. Once again, the Democrat message is the only way to stop the violence against federal law enforcement is for the law enforcement to surrender and withdraw. And he notices the riots happen mostly at night outside ICE. Antifa are sleeping during the day. Do you want to go undercover with my colleagues and live stream so you can have more accurate understanding? Have your team message me. I can arrange it. He's saying to Ron Wyden, idiot. If you like tear gas, yeah, Portland is great. He says, you're the worst. See, showing this stuff. This is what's going on there. And he knows, says, a direct action has been planned for September 28th at the Portland ICE facility after Trump issued a statement that he plans to send troops in to protect the federal property. Antifa and communists have said they refuse to back down and plan to escalate their rioting. They have called for militant reinforcements in Seattle and Los Angeles. Feds out of Portland, ICE out of Portland. An increased amount of militarized troops have descended. Tell Trump we want them gone. Portland contras las deportaciones. Rally at the ICE facility at 4 p.m. So we'll see, what happens. Yeah, it's per the orders. Portland police cannot react to anything if ICE is involved. That's why the feds have to send in the troops then. If that's the order, they could prove it. They ain't shit they could do about it. It's got to happen. Yeah. Portland's ICE facility is federal property. Attacking innocent protests, it's lawless sabotage. The National Guard deployment under Title 10 authority is a lawful response to protect agents and restore order. After months of violent unrest targeting ICE operations, local leaders enabled this chaos by flouting immigration enforcement and sheltering criminal aliens and cried foul when federal enforcement arrived. The facility's permanent violations, a symptom of Portland's broader refusal to comply with national security priorities. When sanctuary cities shield illegal aliens and rioters block lawful arrest, federal intervention isn't overreach. It's the only way to uphold the rule of law. What are the odds that they don't wait until tomorrow to start something? Yeah, I'm probably tonight. Probably going to start tonight. It says the governor of Portland, there's no insurrection, there's no threat. Yeah, we saw this. Yay, Jules is here. Yeah. Some of the DAs are activists just like the rogue judges. Yeah, they are. Oh, she says maybe a bell for memberships, ka-ching for everything else. And we'll see. Something like that. I'll come up with something else. I don't know. Everyone was asking me to get a bell for Bella. Yeah. And this says, nothing to see here. Just stay away from Portland. The difference, we have a president who cares for American cities. Let's see here. This is just from the other night.
It's been 90 days of protest at the ICE facility in Portland where tensions are high, neighborhoods resemble war zones, and the line between order and chaos is razor thin. I'm Katie Davis Court reporting for the Post Millennial, and tonight I'm going behind the scenes with Homeland Security's Federal Protective Service, the officers who stand as our nation's first line of defense in protecting our federal buildings.
Well, we've had multiple assaults on federal officers ever since early June.
Well, our officers do a great job. Some of them work 24/7, especially on these protest activities.
Portland is unbelievable what's going on. These are paid terrorists, okay?
President Trump's borders czar is promising increased immigration raids in sanctuary cities, and today he specifically called out Portland.
Seattle, all these sanctuary cities that refuse to work with ICE, where we know public safety threats are being released every day into this country. We're going to address that.
From lockdown perimeters and guillotines to arson attacks and assaults, I'm diving into the unfiltered reality of keeping the peace in one of America's most volatile hotspots.
Tonight, we have about 30 to 40 protesters outside. It's a pretty normal night. Well, so Federal Protective Service, our mission here is to exactly that, is to protect the federal.
Overtime is going to be a lot of money. People are going to make a lot of money.
And talk a little bit about the protests.
So the protest, they're obviously the anti-immigration enforcement that's going on, and they started early June and slowly.
Well, that's the thing. That's what the Joint Terrorism Task Force can do. Someone knows where they go every morning. They can track them down. They can find out where they're staying. Once they're terrorists, the people that are giving them housing, they're supporting terrorists. The people that are giving them a place to stay, they're supporting terrorists. People that are giving them food, supporting terrorists. That's how it works. Anything, someone hands them a sandwich, they're supporting terrorists. That's how it works. If they decide to actually enforce it the way it should be enforced, they'll have this cleared up in about a week. If they really do it correctly and don't hold back anything and just go full throttle on it, and just start like, oh, you're letting Antifa stay in your place here? Okay, you lost your place. It's now confiscated. We're seizing it. Yeah, it is. That's what it's called.
They, slowly started to build, and we had a pretty. Any of the protesters in the area? Oh, racism was a big one, and it's, oftentimes we'll pick out,
protected. So they're to attract.
All right. This is basically like a documentary. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but and then this guy says, but why are there military standing with the mayor of Portland as he denounces President Trump? This guy right here, you see him in the uniform? Who is he? Why is he standing next to the mayor and governor? If he's the National Guard and he's basically standing there, he should have said, no, this is a political act, what he's doing right here. So he should be, Pete Hegseth should immediately call him up and activate him as a federalize him if he's a National Guard, and immediately court-martial him.
The number of necessary troops is 0.
So yeah, that's what should happen with that guy. Like immediately. Immediately. This is Democrat Oregon governor. I spoke with the president. I asked him not to send troops. I tried to understand the reasoning. I told him we were taking care of it. Yeah, they're taking care of it. That's why they're not doing anything. They're just letting the people do it. Yeah, the left is all for seizing property after all. Yeah, so the government's going to seize the property. We do not need federal troops. And I said, we disagree. And he said, let's keep talking. Yeah. Get a little angry and I forget about innocent people. Well, nerve gas a little over the top. Well, you know what? Massive amounts of CS gas would be good. You don't think it's a proper uniform for a National Guard? So what is he then? I think I saw a picture of who he was. If I go back here, someone had it here. This is him. It says U.S. government, Gronwald. So, I mean, that's who he is. I'm sorry, that's who he is. That's him. Oregon Adjutant General. Maybe he might be the head of the National Guard of Oregon. But that still makes him able to be federalized. He still took an oath to the U.S. Constitution. So, he's the leader of the local Boy Scouts? That's possible, I guess. Democrats are outraged that President Trump directed the Secretary of War to provide all the necessary troops to protect the war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from Antifa and other domestic terrorists, including authorizing full force. As you can see, the Democrats have evolved. Antifa and BLM today are Democrats' KKK of yesterday. Huh.
How's that shit taste?
Yeah, come here.
Hey!
Every one of these people should be getting their heads pushed firmly into the ground and taken to jail.
Get the other way.
Yeah, I noticed that, Phil, that they didn't have any he didn't have any markers on him. He didn't have any badges. He didn't have any insignias on that uniform when he was standing there. But that's who he is, the adjutant general of the Oregon National Guard. So adjutant. So yeah, 20-year-olds LARPing as Laristans. Yeah, well. That's what they're doing, and they're getting them all hyped up. You know, Portland's mayor, comrades pledged to deny recesses to federal law enforcement after Trump urges troops to protect ICE amid Antifa violence. This guy right here, this mayor, immediately he should be looked into. Any connections he has to Antifa, his communications with them. He has Antifa bodyguards that walk around with him and protect him when people try to ask him questions. You can see it. So if he's associated with them, he's a terrorist, mayor or not, lock him up. Mm-hmm. President Trump directed Secretary Ward to deploy troops to Portland in response to the ongoing Antifa occupation. Mm-hmm. The mayors across Oregon are circulating a letter that denounces any federal militarization of the Portland metro area. Only obtained an exclusive copy of the letter, and the letter warns that the governments will withhold resources from any federal operation. So they're saying that they're not going to provide any resources when called upon for aid. So that's why they need it's like, this is like a circular thing here. You're not going to give us the aid we need to help protect us, then we got to have our own federal people there to protect us. It also commits to Portland providing direct legal support for the protesters. That includes members of the domestic terrorist organization of Antifa. So if they do that, they're providing aid to a terrorist organization that makes them terrorists, funders. So you can arrest every one of the politicians, lock them up, go into City Hall, arrest them all. That's what you do. They're not allowed to do that any more than they could say, oh, we decided we're going to give money to Al-Qaeda. It's the same thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The city's sources told them that Wilson intends to contact the Portland hotels and urge them to prevent federal officers and military personnel from sleeping there. As regional leaders, we committed to pursue all legal and legislative options to counter this unprecedented, unnecessary, and unwanted effort to utilize military forces in a manner that could violate the constitutional rights of our community. Oh, hey, Jay Swellback, what's up, buddy? Nice seeing you. And that, what's it say? And we'll use all legal tools at our disposal to deny our jurisdiction's personnel, equipment, facilities, and resources from any participation or support of federal actions that target the civil rights of our community, including that of assembly, free expression, or protest, unless directly required by local, state, and federal law. Portland and other joining jurisdictions listed several ways they plan to safeguard the rights of their communities. This includes creating and sharing effective and accessible legal resources, coordinating across local governments, businesses, and community organizations to share information and address the fears and needs of the community, submitting FOIA requests to the Department of Homeland Security, Immigration, Customs Enforcement, and Border Protection, and deploying human rights observers to monitor, assess, and make determinations regarding the legality of the federal actions in respect to the constitutional rights of assembly, protest, and free expression. Yeah, go ahead. Send your observers out there to get in the middle of it. Yeah, I'm sure that we'll be wearing the green hats. I'm sure your observers are going to be the same Lawyers Guild communists. Hey, what's up, Rogue Thought? Nice to see you. They have cells in at least 14 cities in Alabama, 6 near you. Mm-hmm. On Sunday, President Trump directed Pete Hegseth to deploy troops to Portland. The request of Homeland Security, I'm directing Secretary Ward to deploy the troops. It's happening. Since June 7th, several blocks outside of Portland's ICE facility have been taken over by anti-ICE protesters, many of whom are involved in the Antifa network. The U.S. designated Antifa a terrorist group earlier this week. The group formed an organized 24-hour occupation, which includes shifts and a tent encampment just outside the facility. The site is a scene of near nightly clashes between federal law enforcement and black-clad agitators. What did they do? Did they pack up and leave then? Is that what they're saying? They said that it was going on for 90 days. The members vowed to dox ICE agents while harassing federal authorities outside the facility. We have videos of your faces. We're going to dox you. We're coming for you. Oh, cool. Department of Justice criminally charged more than 27 protesters for a variety of offenses, including assaults on federal police officers, causing serious bodily injury, arson, vandalizing government property. Yeah, that's exactly. Arrest the judges, the mayors, any court officers, cops, and governors who support terrorists. That's right. Do exactly what Lincoln did. Lincoln arrested Supreme Court justices. That's what happens when you got open sedition, open rebellion against the government. You got to do what you got to do. This is the federal courthouse covering the initial hearing for Robert Hoops. Antifa militant was arrested by the FBI following a massive raid at his home on Friday. Hoops has been accused of launching several violent attacks on federal officers. Yeah. Yeah. It's another one of these Trantifas. Protests became more emboldened after an August court ruling that decided Portland police did not have to respond to the area. Multnomah County Judge Ellen Rosenblum, the state's former Democrat Attorney General, ruled that police are not required to enforce noise ordinances against demonstrators outside the ICE facility, rejecting a writ of mandamus filed by a local resident who asked the state to quell the ongoing nightly noise disturbances. I guess we'll see that the communist judges are telling the communist cops that work there, they don't have to do it. They don't have to enforce the law. That's what you call actually civil rights violations. That's what you call a 14th Amendment violation. Equal protection under the law. It's an equal protection violation. That judge should be removed. It's a communist revolution in Portland. Local residents impacted by the nightly chaos have been pleading with the Trump administration for federal intervention over the past several months. Yeah. By allowing this, they destroy the rights of taxpayers in Portland. They already closed all their Walmarts due to the unpunished retail theft. Most people left Portland, moved to Vancouver. Yeah. Yeah, we have moved too far away from our Constitution. It's crazy. Crazy. What happens if there are members of a group other than Antifa? Nothing. No, they declared all these groups to be terrorist organizations. Any of the affiliated ones too. Like they're going after all of them. John Brown Gun Club, Armed Queer, Salt Lake City, all of them. Yeah, I remember this. I saw this a couple weeks ago. This lady went out there screaming at him because she's like, we got to sleep. We got a job. We got jobs. We got to work. We can't do this. Oregon Democrat leaders falsely claimed there is no chaos occurring near the ICE facility, and they rejected deployment. However, this area has often resembled a war zone for more than 100 consecutive days. Here's August 18th. They mobilized an attack. Now Antifa militants roll out a guillotine. Warlike scenes in Portland as ICE and officers advance on protesters outside the facility. September 2nd. Police declare unlawful assembly. Several arrests are made. Yeah, so that's what's going on. All right, now we're going to jump into a little different story real quick here. Clarence Thomas said that Supreme Court should take a more critical approach to settled precedent, saying decided cases are not the gospel, and suggesting some may have been based on something somebody dreamt up and others just kind of went along with. Yeah. Wish we had 9 Clarence Thomases. Boy, would this country be a better place. Yeah. Our battles against the Antifa, progressive Sharia law, and brown shirts. Yeah, and they're all interconnected. They're all working together for their whatever, I don't want to call it their goals, but some kind of yeah. Clarence Thomas defends overruling precedents with the recent Supreme Court rulings. Oh, I can't. He defended the Supreme Court's recent rulings overturning longstanding precedents of the High Court as the justices appear poised to overturn a 90-year-old precedent in their upcoming term. See, they keep saying they're overturning this precedent. They're not. This thing with the Humphrey's executor, the precedent was never that people got their jobs back. It was that they got back pay. That was it. They got back pay. That was it. Nothing else. What's this say? Admonish me, just pulled up AR 67-1 as a research pick. New Heritage Army General Service uniform has a shirt, pretty plain, just rank patches for enlisted, shoulder boards for officers. So you think that was the new uniform? Probably. I don't know. I'm really torn. Parts of me just want to wall off the West Coast and let them stew in their mess, escape from LA style. The other part wants Trump to go full Lincoln Jackson. Yeah, I don't know. We got to do something. We can't just let it keep going on. It's not some sort of automatic deal where you can just say stare decisis and then turn off the brain, Thomas said. In recent years, the Supreme Court has overturned longstanding precedents regarding abortion law, affirmative action, administrative agency laws, among others. The High Court will also hear a pair of cases in the coming months, which could result in overturning other longstanding precedents. Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. With Supreme, like if they didn't overturn precedent, we would still have Plessy versus, Plessy. We still have, we would still have slavery, basically. We would still have segregation. Well, we wouldn't have slavery because that was the 13th Amendment, but we'd still have segregation. We would still have all types of stuff. Brown v. Board of Education would have never happened because they would have said, well, it's, Plessy. They must end birthright citizenship, no fourth branch of government. Well, thing is, actually, if you read the ruling on Wong Kim Ark case, it doesn't say birthright citizenship for anybody born in the U.S. That's not what it says. It said that, this guy's parents were lawful permanent residents, which is like a green card holder. So that would make their kids citizens if they're born, like lawful permanent residents. But not people that just came across the border, not people that, have just visiting. Yeah. Many judges come up with the outcomes they desire and tell law clerks to find a lot of support at many precedents are nonsense, and often judges also find their answers in penumbras or equity. Yeah, that's what they do. And then, Thomas, while major decisions have created headlines, it's not uncommon in the High Court's history for key precedents to be overruled decades later. One of the most famous examples includes the Supreme Court's 1954 ruling in Brown v. Board of Education, which ruled racial segregation was unconstitutional, overturning the infamous 1896 Plessy v. Ferguson, which had previously deemed it lawful. Wow. Thomas cited the Brown decision as an example of which the High Court correctly declined to defer to stare decisis, or the legal principle of following a court's precedent to guide a ruling. I do give respect to precedent, but the precedent should be respectful of our legal tradition and our country and our laws and based on something. In the High Court's upcoming term, which begins October 6th, the justice will consider two cases that could overturn long-standing precedent redistricting law and the firing of independent agency heads. Well, see, the thing is, the redistricting law that they're talking about is the one that says they can redistrict based on race. They're not supposed to do anything based on race. That's the whole point. Like, you're not supposed to use race for anything. You're not at all. That would be discrimination if you use race to decide things. No matter how you do it, you're discriminating against somebody. It's not supposed to be that way. Yeah. With the case Louisiana versus Calais, the Supreme Court will determine whether Louisiana's creation of a second black majority congressional district was unconstitutional under the 14th or 15th Amendments. The ruling could weaken the ability for legal challenges to be brought over congressional maps under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act simply by overturning the court's 1986 ruling in Thornburg v. Jingles, which set the current parameters for those legal challenges. See, that was the thing. During the 70s and 80s, they did a lot. That's when they came up with Roe v. Wade. That's when they came up with all these, Planned Parenthood v. Casey, when they came up with all these cases where there was a court where they were just making shit up and just going like, oh, we're going to create this and we're going to create these rules to determine it. The court doesn't have that power at all. It's supposed to say, this is the law and this is the way it is. The court's not supposed to come up with steps and plans on how to figure stuff out. That's not how the court is designed to work. The court says, is this legal? Is this not legal? That's it. That's all the court's supposed to do. Well, Watermark goes, but Jim, if you use race for positive things, maybe not. The other case could overturn long-standing preferences be Trump v. Slaughter, in which the President Trump is seeking to fire Democrat-appointed Federal Trade Commission commissioner without cause. This case marked the third time an independent agency fired has reached the Supreme Court emergency docket, with the justice allowing the previous two sets of firings to continue to the interim. That's right, because the president can fire anybody. There is no such thing as an independent agency. You guys remember when Glenn Beck bought all Margaret Sanger's personal correspondent and exposed all the conversation he was having about eliminating urban children? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I actually, hold on. I can show you this. Let's see here. I got an image file. Pictures. Camera roll. Go this way. Here we go. Here. Look at Look at this. Oh, look at this woman in the photograph is Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, meeting with the Ku Klux Klan in 1926, Silver Lake, New Jersey. A strong advocate for eugenics, Sanger preached massive extinction of inferior races by mass abortions. Huh. That's crazy, right? What do you think? Got this. The Republican Party was founded to end slavery. The first Ku Klux Klan was founded in 1865 in Pulaski, Tennessee by Democrats. During the Reconstruction era, the secret vigilante group spread throughout the South, intimidating and assaulting, even murdering both black and white Republicans. From 1869 to 1935, every black elected to Congress was a Republican. So, yeah, that's what's going on. Just remember that when people try to tell you, when someone says, oh, but this party switched, they go, oh, the party switched in the 60s. Ask them to show you who switched. Name them. There's one politician who switched parties. One. That was it. So this big switch that happened, so there was just one guy who was the bad guy, and he switched parties. That was it. One politician switched parties. That was it. There was no big switch. Yeah, Sanger and the National Socialists actually had correspondence back and forth. Yeah, dude, the Nazis based all their shit on Margaret Sanger, on her eugenic stuff, on the Democrat stuff. That's they based their stuff on, and the records are there. You can find them where they talked about in their meetings in the late 20s, early 30s when they were coming up with their plans for all their stuff. They were like, but this one drop rule that Democrats have is a little too extreme for us. Look it up. Democrats, one drop rule. Just look it up. Yeah. Just because a couple of Dixiecrats changed their tune means nothing. Well, it's just one. It was one Dixiecrat. One. That's the big switch they come up with. And it's a lie. It's a lie that they just tell people repeat and repeat and repeat. That's it. All the Republicans who voted for the Civil Rights Act, who voted for all those things, the Voting Rights Act, they didn't switch parties. So then all of a sudden they became racist. The justice opted to take up the Slaughter case before it made its way through the lower courts and could be poised to overturn its 1934 Humphreys executive ruling. This is the thing, too, is the Humphreys executor doesn't say what they keep trying to say it says. It never said in Humphreys executive that someone gets a job back. It's not what it said. It just said the guy got back pay. That was it. So we'll see what happens with these. So hopefully, here's the story from ABC, but I just read the story, so we're not going to read this one again. Thomas says legal precedents are not the gospel. That's right.
The Supreme Court is the highest judicial body in the entirety of the United States.
The Constitution creates one Supreme Court. The size of the court isn't in the Constitution, but the existence of it is.
Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna. This is retarded.
You can learn a lot about.
Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna watch it. It's dumb. So yeah, Thomas made a comment during a rare public appearance. The court is poised to revisit Humphrey's executor and some other rulings. So. And then we got this story. President Trump has officially petitioned the Supreme Court to allow him to end birthright citizenship once and for all. Yeah, she believed that certain races of people were under-evolved and would damage the gene pool. She pushed hard to eliminate certain races and people with medical issues. Yeah, she was a geneticist. That's where all the stuff that, Mengele and the different things that they did in Germany came from her. Came from the progressive Democrat parties. That's where it came from. People try to ignore that. And that's where it came from. Yeah, that's not Schoolhouse Rock. No, that was Schoolhouse. Blech. Legals should not be able to hop the border and pop out a child and be anchored to the United States. Our founder never intended that. That's right. Birthright citizenship has been exploited as a loophole for decades, incentivizing illegal immigration and chain migration. The 14th Amendment Citizen Clause never meant to reward border jumpers. It exists to guarantee rights to those under U.S. jurisdiction, not foreign nationals violating sovereignty. Trump's push to end this abuse aligns with historic enforcement wins. Remain in Mexico slashed asylum fraud. Border wall construction cut crossings by 72%, and ICE's high-velocity removals restored order. Every child born to illegal aliens costs taxpayers $151,000 over their lifetime, a fiscal burden Americans shouldn't have to shoulder. This isn't about rewriting the Constitution. It's about closing a magnet for lawbreaking that undermines national security. The Supreme Court must uphold sovereignty over globalist word twisting. That's all right. That's all right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, invaders have no birthright citizenship per the Constitution. My bad, I'm late. Finally wanted a night out. Please stop everything and restart the show. I don't want to rewind. How's everyone? Well, everything's great. Don't worry. We didn't really talk about anything. We just kind of, we didn't talk about anything before you got here, so don't worry about it. It's improved from 2020. The businesses have closed. Well, America is not a nation built on an immigrant. America is built by settlers. There's a difference. Settlers ventured out to the wilderness to build a civilization from scratch. The modern immigrant comes to a place that is already built. Settlers planted trees. The modern immigrant comes to eat the fruits. If you cannot see the difference, I don't know how else to explain it to you. It makes sense. President Trump asked the Supreme Court to end birthright citizenship once and for all. President Trump on Friday asked the Supreme Court to end birthright citizenship. CNN obtained a copy of the appeal. It has not been docketed yet. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court on Friday to review the constitutionality of President Trump's executive order seeking to end birthright citizenship, pushing the issue before the justices for the second time this year. The lower court's decision invalidated a policy of prime importance of the president's and this administration in a manner that undermines our border security, J.D. Sauer told the Supreme Court. The decisions confer without lawful justification the privilege of American citizenship on hundreds of thousands of unqualified people. Well, I mean, it does. Several federal judges have blocked Trump's birthright citizenship order. According to President Trump's order, the 14th Amendment is being misinterpreted by the left to give citizenship to anchor babies. It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accept documents issued by state, local, or governments or authorities purporting to recognize United States citizenship to persons when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States, and the person's father was not a United States citizenship or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. That's the thing, lawful permanent resident. That's what Juan Camark actually said. So it would be enforcing. They wouldn't have to overturn Juan Camark. They could just say, no, that's what Juan Camark said, lawful permanent resident. When that person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary, and the person's father was not a United States citizen or a lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. I mean, it's pretty simple. The order argued the 14th Amendment has always excluded babies born to people in the U.S. illegally. The 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born within the United States. The 14th Amendment has always excluded from birthright citizenship persons who were born but not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Make a big difference. The difference is because they're not going to make it retroactive. Like, I think the first thing you do is you get the Supreme Court to go along with this and say, yeah, no, going forward. And then you try to make it retroactive after they say this is the way it's interpreted. And you go, well, we shouldn't be, because you're gonna run into a reliance issue. Like, these people have relied on this and said, like, oh no, but once, prior to them being born, there is no reliance issue prior to them being born. It's impossible, because that would mean that there's a right to be alive and that abortion is unconstitutional. And then, if you're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, consistent with this understanding, Congress has further specified that a person born and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national and citizen of the United States at birth, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment text. That's what they say. So let's hope and pray that this gets run through. Newsmax has the same story. Basically, Trump asked justice to decide if he can end birthright citizenship. He's not ending birthright citizenship. This is the crap that they're doing, which is ridiculous. They're lying. He just wants it to go to what the law actually says. You know, it's what the law actually says. Yeah, birthright tourism is a profitable business. It really is. They have a whole center set up where they bring people in. You know, hey, you know what? We're actually down where we did have 128 people here at the high. Right now there's 114 people here. Please hit the like button if you haven't already hit the like button, and please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. I mean, I'm really driving. I wanted to get 5,000 subs by the end of the year. And then I'll have like this whole party where I'll have a 24-hour stream when I hit 5,000 subs, which, you know, on YouTube, 5,000 YouTube subs. So, yeah, so let's see here. We have 115 people watching and 94 likes. That's not bad. We only got 20 people who didn't hit the like button, but we did have a lot more people watching at one point in time. It went down quite a bit. So, Donald Trump's administration asked the Supreme Court to review the constitutionality of the executive order. That's what it is. And they affirmed the principle the Supreme Court reaffirmed the principle in Wong Kim Ark, ruling that a child born in San Francisco with Chinese parents was a U.S. citizen by virtue of birth on American soil. That's not what it says. It was a child born to Chinese parents who were lawful permanent residents. That's the difference. They were lawful permanent residents. They left that part out. It wasn't just the Chinese people showed up here and had a baby and they said, oh, yeah, they're citizens. They would have never said that back then. They would have said, no. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, legal experts say no administration or Congress has ever successfully narrowed the 14th Amendment's guarantee. Nobody's ever tried. They just kind of ignored it. They just kind of assumed like, oh, there was this thing and it's a magical thing. You know, like the Democrats always said that the birth canal was magical, and as soon as the baby popped out, it was magically born. It wasn't born until it popped out of a magical birth canal. They considered the border magical like that too. And once you cross the border, citizen. Oh, here we go. We're gonna have some of these videos. We're gonna watch some of these videos, and then when I get through the links, we're gonna look for some live stuff, and then I got some links from the other day to play too for later on. Border Patrol just leveled a rioter outside the ICE Broadview facility near Chicago. The feds are not effing around anymore, and reinforcements are on the way. Put an end to this BS. Let's watch. What we got here?
Give us your hands! Give us your hands open! Put your hands on your back now! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Your name and date of birth! Your name and date of birth! Get back! Get back!
Oh, that's the green hat guys. Those green hat guys are just the Lawyers Guild. They're commies. They need to get rid of them.
Behave. All right, we got your stuff. Look. 1, 2, 3. My keys. Look, got your keys. It's all good in the corner. Your keys, your phone, your wallet, and your charger. All right? Guys, give me a circle. Take your circle around the back. Y'all keep recording.
You'll see the green hats at every event in numbers. They're showing the funding. George Soros legitimately funds like 90%. They're the ones paying the bail for him. Here they are. All these people, CASA, the green hat people, all of them, they need to be classified as funders and supporters of terrorists. They need to be taken apart. You know, how can a lawyer be a member of the bar supporting terrorism? Sounds like a violation of their ethical duties. You'd think something should change there. Something should change. Yeah. No, federal agents are upholding the law, period. The chaos in Broadview stems from a coordinated resistance to ICE operations targeting criminal aliens with violent histories. When DHS executes warrants and rioters block enforcement, force becomes necessary to protect the officers and restore order. This isn't escalation, it's accountability. Politicians like Padilla, who disrupted a DHS briefing during LA's ICE protests, fueled this lawlessness by framing enforcement as overreach. Reality, sanctuary policies and performative instruction endangers community. Reinforcements are justified. Weak leadership invites chaos, while decisive action secures borders. Yeah. Because when the Green Hats sue using selective footage, they sue cities, towns, and states who then settle out of court and then use that money for further themselves. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I had it the other night. There was a lawsuit that the city of Chicago just paid out $90 million to people, to drug dealers in the projects who said that they were framed. You know, there was no drug dealers in the projects. They were all framed, all of them. If SCOTUS goes strictly by the written word, there is no birthright unless the parents are under the jurisdiction of the country, like my brother was born in Germany from 2 U.S. citizens. Not hard. That's right. That's what it's going to be. I mean, that's actually what Juan Kim Ark said. Criminal spamming. What's going on? Someone is spamming in the chat? Someone's spamming? No, no one's spamming. What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. Ford Fisher, who I think is a leftist, so I don't know. I think he's connected with Antifa. He doesn't seem to ever get anything. You know, he always just gets the cops doing stuff. As federal agents and protesters continue to face off, local Broadview police entered a fray in a rare appearance. It's rare. That's rare first time. They mostly have stayed out of this to issue an activist a $50 parking citation. Well, I wouldn't call him an activist. I would say to issue a terrorist a $50 parking citation. Why wouldn't you arrest? Hold on a second. Hold on. Whoa. You guys see this guy sitting on the top of the car drinking a Pabst Blue Ribbon? Car's on and running. Arrest him for DUI. Arrest him for drinking in public. It's against the law to drink in public in Illinois. You can't do what he's doing.
What do I do? Do I go to? Do I have to go to court? Do I have to go to court? You can just pay it. What's the? It's not a citation. I don't have money.
He's got beer.
God damn it! Start a GoFundMe, man.
Start a GoFundMe, man.
How much is
This is not a fucking citation, dude. It's fucking $50. That's not.
Well, then you reserve the spot all day, right? Reserve the spot. Stop it.
Come tow the fucking car. That's what I would do.
God damn it.
I know. Yeah.
I'm fucked up.
He's sitting there drinking, sitting on the car. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe the cop was trying to be slick and trying to get him to move the car, and then they were going to get him for DUI. But, I mean, you can't have open alcohol like that. I mean, why wouldn't you enforce that law? The federal agents just pummeled to the ground. They left us and lit up the remaining rioters with sting balls outside a facility near Chicago. Could watch this on repeat all day.
Give us your hands! Give us your hands open!
Oh, yeah. Those were local cops that gave him the parking ticket. They gave him a friggin' parking ticket, Jim. That's what I'm saying. So he's sitting there drinking in front of them, sitting on the car. Try doing that anywhere and watch the cops. You're going to get arrested. They're going to tow your fucking car away. They're not going to allow, cops aren't going to let you sit on your car drinking. That was local cops that are saying. They just gave him a parking ticket. They're like, hey, it's never. Oh, anyway, let's get back to this. Wait, I saw this, didn't we?
Give us your hands! Give us your hands open! Hands on your back now! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Your name and date of birth! Your name and date of birth! Get back! Get back!
The guy that got the ticket's a right-wing guy that goes to all these protests. Interesting is he got the ticket, nobody else did because he's an instigator and they wanted him out. Well, that makes it even worse. Yeah. Make sure you hit the like. I think we saw this already. Yeah, I think we saw this already. Yeah, we saw this. Yeah, so, all right. ATF agents have now arrived at the Broadview ICE facility near Chicago after the DOJ activated the Joint Terrorism Task Force to fight Antifa. It's just a short reel. See ATF guys.
Hey, maybe somebody.
Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act of 2025 authorizes federal agencies to prioritize threats against federal personnel and property. Exactly what's unfolding in Broadview. When ICE facilities face coordinated attacks, deploying JTTF resources isn't overreach, it's enforcing Section 3A. But let's be clear, the real issue is why agencies need to divert counterterrorism assets from foreign threats because local leaders let anarchists run wild. Bondi's move mirrors Trump's LA National Guard deployment. Federal muscle fills voids created by blue state incompetence. Antifa's arson and assaults aren't protests. They're domestic terrorism under the Act's definitions. Crush them. Yeah, copy text of one of Joe's blanket pardons. Oh. Trump should give blanket pardons to the ICE agents. This will free them up from action. Yeah. Well, I saw there was one guy that got guy was trying to separate. This woman was attacking him, and he was trying to get her out, and she tripped, and then he tripped and fell on top of her. And they're supposedly going to prosecute the guy or something. Local police are trying to prosecute him or something. I don't know. Look at this. They got this guy's offering $1,000 to anyone who can give him the name of the ICE agent that shot the illegal immigrant back in September. We need to make him famous. This is this clown. So I would think that this guy would already be under arrest because what he's doing, he's putting a bounty on a federal official.
All right. Well, I guess I'm just going to keep doing this until the federal government shuts me down. Last week, I offered $500 cold hard American dollars to the first person that gave me the name of the ICE agent in Chicago that shot and killed Gonzalez on September 12, 25, after claiming he was drugged by a car with life-threatening injuries. Now we know that those were minor at best, and that he was just a scared little boy that killed a Mexican citizen for no reason. In addition to my $500 for that name, I'm going to ante up another $500 today, September 26, 2025, for the name of any ICE agent in Massachusetts that thought it would be a good idea to hold a 5-year-old girl hostage and ask her father, hey, is this your daughter? Because America needs to know the names of those two individuals. America needs to know the names.
Oh, that was Nick Shirley? Okay.
That think they can shoot and kill Mexican citizens.
Okay, yeah, that's the guy. I was playing his. Okay, I know who that is.
ICE agents that decide they're going to do things like shoot and kill people or hold children hostage or randomly touch women or vandalize our...
This guy should already be in jail. Yeah, he's got a TikTok. The fact that TikTok's allowing this to go on is just proof that China is evolved. This guy should be, I think I should give a fake name and a fake resident address. We're waiting for whoever sends that address. We all know he won't go himself. He's definitely going to send a trans. It's always the trans. We got this story too. I don't know if you guys saw this. The Des Moines all-Democrat, all-female school board hired a new superintendent based purely on his skin color. Not only was he an illegal alien and a fugitive from justice, he lacked the basic education and experience to lead the state's largest school district. Armed with an illegal firearm, Ian Andre Roberts charmed the pants off of every member of the female board. I wonder what else he did. He probably gave him a little something. The only box he could have possibly checked for the board and district was the color of his skin. Did the board know he was an illegal immigrant and a fugitive from justice? We paid the guy $360K a year, not $36K, $360K a year. All-female Democrat school board appointing a legal alien superintendent. Yeah, look at them all. Yeah, they arrested him. Okay, he has a doctorate from American Intercontinental University, a known degree mill. Yeah, it's a thing online where you just go fill it out and they send you a degree. That's where he got a degree from. Like not an actual university or anything like that. But I guess that's what we're going to find out here in a second. Mm-hmm. Is it not insane? Look at the size of this crowd. These are the people protesting, demanding that the illegal alien superintendent be released. He's making $300,000 plus, paid for by the taxpayers. This protest has to be paid for. Yeah, this is all more teachers union stuff. This is a teachers union and other stuff. Stuff.
All day, Dr. Ian Roberts, superintendent of Des Moines Public Schools, was arrested by ICE, detained by ICE this morning. Now, hundreds of people have gathered here in downtown Des Moines, demanding his release. You all day, Dr.
Yeah, a superintendent with a deportation order caught fleeing ICE with a loaded gun and cash shouldn't be anywhere near taxpayer-funded roles. Protesters demanding his release ignore the real issue. How did an ICE fugitive with prior weapons charges get hired to oversee 30,000 students? The district's background checks failed catastrophically. Taxpayers footed a $300,000 plus salary for someone here illegally. That's the scandal. These protests aren't grassroots outrage. They're performative resistance to lawful enforcement. ICE did its job. These are all probably teachers' unions, stuff like that. Oh, no one told me Bella moved. Bella moved. Bella moved. Bella moved. Bella moved. There she is. There she is. There's Bella girl. Look at that. Oh. There she is. Yeah, you saw the protesters wearing the t-shirts getting off a bus. It was an educational union. Yeah, they're all teachers union. Yeah, we got more stuff on the teachers union too. Yeah. Now audit every dime spent on his tenure and purge incompetence to let it happen. A number of U.S. citizens would appreciate the salary. I wonder how much it bounced back on these board members. The claim isn't something I can verify, but what's clear is Roberts managed to secure a $250,000 salary while dodging federal authorities. Someone signed off on that hiring decision. Yeah, we know who signed off on the hiring decision. We got it right here. So you mean to tell me that Michelle Obama's chief of staff hired an illegal alien with a fake degree and a criminal record to be a head of a public school in Des Moines, Iowa? What? Yeah, here she is. Here's the board. Jackie Norris, former chief of staff to Michelle Obama. There she is. Oh, that's her. Mm-hmm. His base salary comes in with plenty of bennies as per the Des Moines Register. The district will provide him with a payment to a tax-sheltered annuity of 14% of salary, $600 per month for a car allowance, and reimbursements. Where I sit, it all brings him to well over $300K. Equitable treatment of students, social emotional learning needs of marginalized students, demographically cultural responsive teachings and learning staff, safe and welcoming environment. School board to select next superintendent. This is what they did. This is what they went for. And of course, the goal again of the Des Moines Register, Roberts will face a number of challenges as the district continues to roll out programs and curriculum focused on equity and education. You see it, right? Equity and education. The Register puts it so Roberts can be chosen next leader at a time when schools are navigating new laws restricting curriculum, books, and rights of LGBT students. Restricting. He'll never work. He never had work authorization. Yeah. And the Iowa House of Oversight Chair has issued a directive to the Des Moines schools to preserve all records tied to the allegations that the district employed an illegal immigrant under final deportation order. He looks a lot different there than he did when he was arresting. You can't make this up. So the chair of the Des Moines School Board was Michelle Obama's former chief of staff. While pulling in a $300,000 salary, right here, First Lady, chief of staff to the First Lady. Why was she only chief of staff from March 2009 to June 2009? She was that bad? It was only 3 months? Yeah. All female school board. Look at them. There they are. She says we need to have radical empathy for illegal aliens. She was Michelle Obama's former chief of staff. She endangered children by hiring him. He has a past criminal charges. Instead of campaigning for Senate, she should be arrested for endangering the welfare of children. Yeah, I think the board likes the BBC. I think that's what it was. Have I seen his fake resume? He had so much nonsense on there, it was ridiculous. Yeah. I'm not trying to be a whatever you want to call it, a misogynist or anything. I'm just seems like should be some I don't know, man. Something has to change. Because Des Moines Public Schools just placed superintendent on paid leave. On paid leave. I don't think they can pay him. He's an illegal alien. Paying him, they're breaking the law by paying him. Board Chair Norris made a statement providing some information about how Roberts was hired. Oh, wait, I didn't go back. Radical empathy. Yeah. So, yeah, here she is. So she's, I forgot this. Sorry, I didn't go back to this one. She endangered children by hiring him. But here she is. Des Moines School Board Chair Jackie Norris enters the Senate race for Ernst's seat. So she's running to replace Joni Ernst in the Senate. Ah, go figure. So they put him on paid leave. She says that he claimed to be a citizen and that the outside firm hired to do a background check did not turn up any concerns about his immigration status. He's not a citizen. She concluded with a plea to cool down the rhetoric and stop spreading misinformation, urging people to consider how upsetting the situation is for children. Here she is.
No denying this simple fact. Yesterday, was a barring day for many people, not only at Des Moines Public Schools, but throughout this community and country. In 2023, our students, staff, and families warmly welcome Dr. Roberts into our community, and he has served as an enthusiastic voice in support of our students' academic success and the need to support public education. So yesterday came as a shock to all of us. I want to be clear today, we still do not have all of the facts. According to ICE, in May 2024, an immigration judge issued a final removal order for Dr. Roberts. We were not made aware of that fact, and that's very concerning. I want to be clear, no one here was aware of any citizenship or immigration issues that Dr. Roberts may have been facing. The accusations ICE has made against Dr. Roberts are very serious, and we are taking them very seriously. Dr. Roberts has retained the Parrish Crichton law firm, and they have already provided a statement on their role, and they will be probably offering future statements. As we shared yesterday afternoon, employers, including DMPS, are required to verify employment eligibility for all employees. In this case, Dr. Roberts completed the I-9 employment eligibility verification form and submitted the required documentation. Everything the district has on file indicates that Dr. Roberts affirmed that he was a citizen.
He affirmed.
Eligible to work in the
Yeah. Oh, he affirmed that he told us he was a citizen, just like they do to vote. When they say, "Are you a citizen?" Yeah, go ahead and vote. So you see the problem here? He affirmed that he was a citizen. He lied. What? And so that's their thing. Well, we asked him, is he a citizen? He just checked the box and said, yeah, he's a citizen. He has the right to work here. And so we didn't do nothing wrong. So we're going to keep paying him. I mean, do you guys realize how this is fucking mind-numbingly bad? Wow.
in the school district. The Iowa Department of Education issued a license in 2023 to the Des Moines superintendent. The agency says an FBI criminal background check did not raise issues, and Roberts said he was a U.S. citizen on the application. Later on, we will address the specific steps the board took when conducting the superintendent search and hiring Dr. Roberts in 2023. Two things can be true. We must support our interim superintendent and staff as they lead 35,000 students and staff on Monday, because our collective role is to educate and support our students and their families. And we must continue to pursue the facts in this case.
Yeah, he probably had stolen documents.
The community is still processing this very significant issue.
Suspended with pay, only to an illegal in America. Yeah.
About one fact
I would arrest them. They know he's not legal and they're still paying him.
Ensured that a background check was conducted before hiring Dr. Roberts. That is done for every person who is hired by the district, and periodic reviews are conducted on a regular basis for all current employees. On that point, I want to share the steps in the process that led to the hiring of Dr. Roberts. In December 2022, Des Moines Public Schools approved a contract with JG Consulting as the district's search firm to bring qualified superintendent candidates for our consideration. Between January and the end of March 2023, the board worked with a search firm on a variety of issues related to the qualifications and characteristics of
The characteristics. So basically, that's what she's explaining. The characteristics. So we want a black guy because we're all white. We want a black guy. That way we could say we're diverse. So they paid a firm to find the guy. The firm came up with the guy, and they just go, well, the firm came up with this guy. So the firm needs to be investigated. Anybody involved in this should be investigated. Anybody who broke the law needs to go to jail. That's it. Yeah. I second this motion to end her speaking. Yeah, I think we're done with this. We got the point. They're just going to point the finger and say, like, he checked the box that said he was a citizen. That's all we have to do. He checked the box that said he wasn't a pedophile. I mean, is that what we're really going to do next? Is that, well, I guess. Yeah. People in prison were getting stimulus checks during the coup, including the Boston Marathon bomber. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are. We're fucking doomed. This is who's running us. This is what's ridiculous. Is these people are in charge and they think they're fucking smart because someone told them they are, and they're clearly not. The teachers union president wearing a trans flag at school is super giddy about his new classroom poster advertising Randy Weingarten's book calling conservatives fascists. Wow.
So today is the first day of school, and I am so excited. I love having signs all around this classroom of mine, but I am hanging this sign today in my classroom. Fascists fear teachers. Now, I teach high school social studies, world history, and U.S. history, and throughout history, the first group of people that fascists have attacked are educators. They fear educators. They fear students growing up with free thoughts and with critical thinking and not being indoctrinated into their beliefs. That's the biggest fear of fascists. And this is the perfect poster. So today is the first day of school.
He should immediately be fired and removed. Because believe it or not, what he's posting is a political message. Yeah. He uses he, him pronouns. Oh, of course, New York. Yeah. Not Yonkers, New York. Of course it's New York. Yeah, look at, here's this. You got the Chicago Teachers Union. It says, rest in power, rest in peace. Assata Shakur. What? Today we honor the life and legacy of a revolutionary fighter, a fierce writer, and a revered elder of Black liberation, and a leader of freedom whose spirit continues to live in our struggle. Assata refused to be silent. She taught us that it's our duty to fight for freedom. It's our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. This person. Anyone know who this is? Assata Shakur, Life and Legacy. Oh, she died September 25th, 2025. Wow. Assata Shakur murdered a New Jersey state trooper and was convicted of first-degree murder, armed robbery, and aggravated assault. In 1979, armed allies stormed prison and freed her and smuggled her to Cuba. I want you guys to pay attention. In 73, she did this. That would be considered left-wing violence. But if you look on the charts, this is not listed as left-wing violence. And then in 79, they stormed a prison, freed her, and they smuggled her to Cuba, killed a bunch of people. That's not listed on the report of left-wing violence either that they give you these charts on. Yes, she's a murderer. Yes. And the FBI added her to most wanted terror list. You don't believe she's dead? Nearly every protest you look at will be sponsored by teachers' unions. And this is why. Anti-fascists and communists have infiltrated the education system and made their way into positions of power. They aren't shy about it. They are openly celebrating Assata Shakur, a murderer. Chicago's teachers union is part of the AFL-CIO, Randy Weingarten's American Federation of Teachers. Both groups should be cut off from taxpayer funding immediately. The AFL-CIO especially takes in nearly as much from government treasury as it does from members' dues. We should cut off all federal funding to school systems serviced by the Chicago Teachers Union. The name of this organization will be the Chicago Teachers Union, chartered by Local 1, the American Federation of Teachers, which is affiliated with the American Federation of Labor Congress. and industrial organizations. Mm-hmm. Co-teachers union, CFL, yeah, ISLFL, AFL-CIO. They should be completely gotten rid of. No more. Unions can no longer mandate that public employees pay dues. Teachers can now opt out of this insanity and get liability insurance from Teachers Freedom Alliance for free. DeSantis says Chicago's teachers union is celebrating a Marxist cop killer, and fugitive from justice. Feel bad for school kids trapped in a failing system that are forced to listen to this leftist dribble, an advertisement for school choice. They go by what the ADL and Southern Poverty Law Center say. Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center is it's pronounced LaDasha Jackson Chiquita Montel Williams Brown. Yeah, she's a murderer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Rest in power. Rest in peace. The facts that they posted this and the person wasn't fired immediately. How do I do these stories without ranting? I try to keep it bundled up as much as possible. But eventually it busts out. I just try to keep it in. But look at this. Even the Democrat governor, Phil Murphy, slams the left-wing activist praising cop killer Assata Shakur. Look at this. This is shameful and depraved. She was a convicted murderer of a New Jersey state trooper who was executed in cold blood. There are so many worthy heroes to celebrate. She is not one of them. Mm-hmm. The Chicago teachers union say that they're stuck under Trump's occupation. They're heavily left-leaning, funneling donations to their CTU PAC to back progressive candidates. They're also pushing for LGBTQ rights and sanctuary status in schools. Mm-hmm. This is what they're doing. Our PAC relies on extra contributions from our members to support progressive candidates and PAC elected officials at city and council level. And then LGBTQIA Safe Schools. Our union secured gender support coordinators in every network, inclusive student dress code language, student privacy, support for trans, gender, non-conforming students, and requirements that employees' correct names and pronouns be used at all times. Mm-hmm. I guarantee they have illegals working and receiving federal and state dollars that Americans would do that job. That's right. That's another thing, like all these unions that let non-citizens in and people that are not, This is literally number 17 through 19 in the stated communist goals per the congressional record. Look, get control of the schools, use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda, soften the curriculum, get control of the teachers' associations, put the party line in textbooks. This is all in there. This is what they've done. We let this happen. This is ridiculous. We knew this. We passed a law, the Communist Exclusion Act. There's not supposed to be communists in this country. They're the one group of people that are not given free reign in America. Gain control of all student newspapers. Use student riots to foment public protests against programs and organizations which are under communist attack. It's what's happening. This is what's happening, people. Wake up. We are under communist assault. All this stuff you see is coming from the communists. People always talk about McCarthyism. Guess what? McCarthy was right. There was a lot of fucking communists. And the sad thing is, all the defected communists from Russia, some of them very famous, came out and said this was a plan 50 years ago. Yes. This is from the congressional record. Look. There. This is from the congressional record. All right. From the January 10th. What year was this? Where's it at? It's going to be from the 50s, I believe. 1963. We've known about this. We've allowed this to fester because we want it to be nice. It needs to end. You know, and this is what we get. We get new court docs inside the Las Vegas courtroom where an illegal alien serial rapist with 17 victims, 2 of which are children, across California, Arizona, and Nevada has been keeping their underwear as prize trophies. The left wants to kill ICE agents to protect him. This is the people that the left is protecting. This is who they're rioting for.
Every single time he has a knife, and in most of the situations, he is holding that knife to these individuals' throats. Well, he then forcibly rapes them.
Prosecutor Julia Barker says Carlos Nava likely sexually assaulted at least 17 victims, 6 known to police, 11 unknown, at least 2 of them underage, at least 15 years old, over the course of 19 years, while Immigration and Customs Enforcement, also known as ICE, says Nava re-entered the U.S. illegally multiple times and had run-ins with law enforcement. Then in 2022, Las Vegas Metro Police say they found Nava's trophies, 17 pairs of women's underwear.
That were folded, kept in a backpack, which also had latex gloves in it, and tied up with a rubber band.
Nava was still released from custody again, then rearrested later for additional charges as more women were discovered.
Did you commit these assaults? Did you rape these women?
Barker says his DNA tied him to the crimes, but he has fought his case despite science.
It's really hard for someone to maintain, I didn't do this, when his sperm is in places that indicate he probably did.
His alleged victims, she says, mainly sex workers. But even after an agreement for a price, Barker describes a flipped switch, violence, power, and control. Nava agreed to a plea deal in July. This is supposed to be his sentencing Thursday. Barker asks for 18 years to life. Then, through an interpreter, Nava changes his mind. Clark County District Court Judge Christy Craig points to the charges prosecutors had dropped, the time Nava could face if convicted at trial, and asks him if he thinks this is a good idea.
Do you want to withdraw your guilty plea? It's a yes or no question.
Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Right? That's some nutso stuff. The left views their average American citizen as a threat. The left are all domestic terrorists. At this one, overnight, a maniac outfitted with a massive arsenal, including armor-piercing bullets, bashed a Border Patrol agent's SUV in New York City. Hey, remember that guy said something about snipers with armor-piercing bullets? Oh, now here they are, a guy with armor-piercing bullets doing this. Police found a scope, a handgun, extra ammo cartridges, the words level 3 plus scrawled on it, and armor-piercing body armor. It says level 3 plus. Oh, please. Those are actually, I can tell you, those are 308 mags for a SCAR 17. Right? SCAR 17? SCAR 16? I think SCAR 17. For the 308 SCAR, those are SCAR FN SCAR mags. This madness needs to end. Too many have been trapped into the illusion that enforcement of immigration laws is a threat to our republic, although the left uses democracy. That's right. Why? What's going on there? Did something get blocked? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. SCAR 17, yeah, okay. Serial killer in Houston. I haven't heard anything about a serial killer in Houston. Yeah, SCAR 17. I thought it was a 17. I wasn't sure if it was a 17 or 16. Level 3 plates. Oh, please. Basically, that means these bullets will go through your bulletproof vest. He's taunting them. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is he MAGA yet? Yeah. They'll say he's MAGA probably. Here we go. Utah County on Sunday, Alex Salgado was arrested for aggravated assault, produces loss of consciousness. He's on immigrant detainer hold. No photo available. The best solution to these types of crimes, I don't agree. Many things can be severe consequences. That's right. Too much nihilism in the younger generations. Yeah, and why is that? It's because of the schools. Because the fucking communists took over the schools. That's who's educating the kids. That's what's doing it to them, is these teachers. We got to get rid of all these fucking teachers, these tranny teachers, the fucking pride teachers, the fucking blue hair with the fucking nose rings, all the shit. They need to go. This is ridiculous. We've let the fucking insane people take over the asylum of the schools. Another illegal in Virginia with a massive list of sex crimes against children allowed to stay in Virginia for years. ICE seeks to deport him since Democrats won't. Chesterfield County last week, Miguel Estabo Zavala Vasquez was charged with a long list of sex crimes against a victim or victims under age of 15 and 13. The offensive occurred from 2019 to 2023. He's on immigration detainer hold. Oh, look at race, white. What do you know? Go figure. White from El Salvador. Yeah, wow. Every one of these arrest records show the race being white. Got to change the statistics. White man bad. Yeah. Cultural differences, the lefts argue. This guy is sitting there thinking, what did I do wrong? Because in most machismo Latin cultures, age of macache is game on, and a quinceañera, girl turning 15, means she's now a woman. Doesn't help. In the U.S. is a hodgepodge of different ages of consent. Even most Americans do not realize that 2/3 of the 50 states have ages of 18. Technically the SCAR H, but known as the SCAR 17 or F and Mark 17. Well, the SCAR H, I think, is what it's called in the military service, right? Or the Mark 17. But it's like commonly in the U.S., it depends. I think that, well, okay. I think they changed it's depending on if it has a reciprocating charging handle or not. They changed the designation because they originally had reciprocating charging handle, and then they took the reciprocating. Never mind. Limestone County, Alabama. Earlier this month, Edgar Humarto Lopez Salcedo was arrested for electronic solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a child for an unlawful act and human trafficking. He's on an immigration hold detainer. He was caught in a sting that targeted online sex predators. You're right in the thick of them. You're a couple in the surrounding area and they're blasting their prayers 5 times a day. Oh, it's terrible. Terrible. Yeah, was a Navy guy. That's right. El Salvador is the only country in Central America that didn't have blacks to its location. There are reasons Latinos are marked as white. I'm not white, but it's on my license. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that this is why and then we hear about all the stuff about how they say like, oh, white people are the people doing all the crimes. So it's like, well, this is what you're doing. You're listing all these people that are Hispanic as white. Now, if they're white, then why do we call them Hispanic? Why do they get to use them as people of color for other things? But then when it comes to crime stats, they're white. I don't get it. It's weird. It just seems weird to me. It does. I don't understand it. Yeah. Well, there is a classification that they use as like non-black Hispanic because they have black Hispanic. So I don't know. Let's see. What does it say here? Oh, look at white male. Another white male. What do you know? This is it's getting fucking ridiculous. Skewing the crime reporting numbers by labeling them as white. I mean, I hate to be this guy, but fuck, man. Getting sick of it. Suspect arrested for a fatal shooting of his girlfriend this week in Palmetto, Florida, is an illegal alien from Mexico who entered during the Biden era. ICE confirmed with Border Hawk today. Definitely didn't help the Army and Navy to give equipment different designations. Yeah. Jim, the worst is when they call them non-Hispanic white, and they're obviously Hispanic and not white. Sometimes black also. Yeah, well, I've seen people that were black that they've called, said were white, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Like that guy's like, not like, not Derek Jeter black, but fucking Sammy Sosa black. And Sammy Sosa before he bleached his skin. Yeah, there are some. I've seen the Twitter posts that do that, but I mean, I'm not trying to make it a racial thing. But, oh Jesus. Illegally charged with murdering a woman is in a country illegally. Oh. I didn't pull the story up. Maybe I should pull it up. Border Hawk exclusive. Biden illegal charge with murdering woman in Florida. We'll go ahead for Border Hawk. Legal immigrant from Mexico is charged with shooting death of a woman in Florida this week. Disturbing incident unfolded at 11:30 p.m. Sunday in Palmetto. Woman identified at 30 p.m. Blanca Guzman Bartolona. So she's probably also an illegal. Witness told her Guzman called to request a pickup after her boyfriend began active aggressively towards her and brandishing a firearm. When friends arrived at the home, Guzman Bartolo was waiting outside for them. However, they were immediately confronted by her boyfriend who began shooting at them. Manhunt was launched. She was taken into custody. He entered the U.S. in 2021 and overstayed his visa. How did he have a visa to even get in the country? I didn't think we gave visas to people coming from Mexico. Yeah. Why do they keep referring to every illegal immigrant as Hispanic? People from 130 plus countries. Yeah, they have. They have, and they've been trying to get a bunch of them out. Like they just got a whole bunch of those Koreans out that there was a problem, and they've been doing to get other ones out. It's nuts, man. Like we just had the black guy. We talked to the black guy that was from Guyana in Africa. We got a bunch of Africans. At Dallas County, Texas, Rene Armando Reyes was arrested for continuous sexual abuse of a child, a victim under 14. He's an immigration detainer hold. Thanks to Dapper Detective for bringing this to my attention. Oh, look at this guy. He looks a little tan, doesn't he? Well, let's see what it says here. Look at white. What another one? Another one says white. Wow. I tell you. Very depressing. It is. Fayette County, Iowa. On Wednesday, Bahamian national Glenroy Stefan Miller was arrested for domestic abuse, assault with intent to inflict serious injury. He's an immigrant detainer hold. A student got on a bus and handed the driver a note that read, "Call 911." Deputies immediately responded to the Westgate and made contact with the parent of the student. Upon investigation, it was learned that the mother of the child was being held against her will and unable to make a phone call, so she gave a note to her child to relay a message to call for help. If it says this guy's white, we have a serious fucking problem. All right. The problem is we can't have a conversation about it because they made it wrong to discuss certain things when it comes to race. I know racist by any means, but you notice these things. Yes, I notice these things. That's the problem. If you follow Oscar Ramirez, he was scared for his life when he covered the Haitians in South America who were extremely violent with their own countrymen while in Mexico. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We need to take control of the white people. They're totally out of control. I mean, look at it. Look at the shit they're doing. Look at them. All right, I'm going to actually look this guy up because I want to fucking see. I want this guy's name. What is it? Glenroy Stefan Miller. All right, Jim's going to do this, and he's going to go over here to the old Google machine, and we're going to put his name in. We're going to put it up. We're going to pull it up. We're going to look for him and look for police report, booking slip. Here's the story. I'm trying to find Not here. Where is this? In Iowa. What county was that in? Okay, what race did it list on the booking slip? Night, Jules. I couldn't find regarding the lace listed on his booking slip. Available primarily focused on the details of arrest. Fuckers. All right. They might have got away with one on me because I can't find it. This is Allen County, Indiana. Last week, Oscar Armando Velez Batut was arrested for OWI, unlicensed driver, and child molesting, statutory rape. He's in immigration detainer hold. Huh. He looks like a white guy. The hold for jurisdiction, immigration hold, no bond, whatever. Race, H. Oh, no, here they got Hispanic, so they got this one right. H, Hispanic. See? See that? See that? Okay. Let me go here now and see if we have any, let's see, any updates. Okay.
La de Los Ángeles y la 15, ya, pues.
Oh, this is live stuff going on right now. Los Angeles, LA. I don't know. It doesn't look like anything really going on. I don't see anything live going on. Let me open some more link tabs real quick, people. Let me see. Oh, there we go.
Get the lights play! Get the lights play!
Hey, there's people in the way.
Well, they're playing music, so you can't stream it. That's what they do. A lot of stuff. So. Yeah, so that's that. Let's see who else, what else we got. Let's go to Annie No's page and see if he's got anything else. 17 minutes ago, several times when shooting protests around San Francisco Bay Area, I've been threatened by Antifa. They've threatened to kick my ass, destroy my cameras. I typically keep my distance. Well, this guy got beat up by Antifa. Let's see, Broadwell, right left is scattered to try and besiege the ICE facility near Chicago.
All right, we are live outside of Broadview Detention Center here in Broadview, Illinois. Federal agents are opening the gate now.
Yeah, they are.
Looks like a lot of fun. I gotta say, that looks like a lot of fun. Look at the green hat guy. I would be aiming for the green hat guys if it was me. That'd be the people I would take down. You know, the green hat. Easy to see. Get them.
Everybody's suffering right now. People are throwing up.
Okay. Let me look and see if there's anything else that I can quick. I have some tabs. An hour ago, I think we saw this. A far left mob has been informed outside the ICE facility in Portland. Let's see, home. Okay, I'll go to bookmarks and see what I have in my bookmarks. I know I had some stuff. Federal agents are going hard against Antifa outside near Chicago. Oh, I forgot I had some of these. Let's see. Oh shit! Oh, what are you doing? Stop flicking your ball. Stop it. They should be using big bags. They should be using stingers. Yeah, that's right. The Roman Empire didn't go down because of losing wars. It went down because of open borders and mass immigration from northern Europe, north of Europe. That's right. That's right. Let's see what else I have here in bookmarks. Border controls now launching tear gas at the Broadview facility. So let's see. We got these.
All the way back. Slow it down. Slow it down. Back to the stop sign.
Yeah. They have stuff. They're well fed. They have phones, cars, money. Yeah. Water cannons with bank dye and skunk juice would work. Yeah, but we saw those politicians that said that this was unnecessary, that everything is fine, safe and peaceful. But this is just people protesting. Man, went to see the lawyer. I'm afraid I'm going to need a divorce. My wife just fusses at me all the time about everything. The lawyer says she's a nagger. Man says, no, she's a little white woman. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice. That's what I say. Real quick, there's 125 people watching right now. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. It really helps. 127 people. You know, check it out. I do these shows every night. Not usually just news stuff, but this is kind of, kind of what's going on. So I'm covering it. But yeah, please hit the like, please subscribe. And we do have about another hour and 15 minutes of show unless we hit the next goal. And then we'll add another hour on top of that. All right, let's see the next one. It says an argument breaks out among anti-ICE protesters over a disagreement on whether or not to follow orders from Border Patrol. Man wearing a Mexican flag wanted people out of the road to avoid arrest, while Antifa told them not to order people around. Oh, let's see. This is going to be funny.
Shut the fuck up, because I don't want my people getting hurt. Because over you, stupid motherfucker. Not because of you. I'm fighting for human rights, you dumbass. I'm not gonna do what you told me to do, you fucking dumbass. You don't got no brain. You're stupid. I got love for my country. I was born here too, motherfucker. I just want my people to be right. I just want my people to be right.
He told people to get the
Oh, wow. Man, that guy's not, he's not paying attention to the order of, he's got to listen to them. Let's see here. Chicago Insurgency exploits copyright rules by blasting Michael Jackson. They don't care about us, triggering DMC strikes to get creators' videos removed. Let's see. Also, they're playing music. Yeah, look at them. Idiots. Yeah, and this says, look at this. I'm excited to watch these videos of nightly for the next 3.5 years. Let's see. This is BG on the scene.
What's up? Stand by, going 15, stand by. Stand by, going 15 on our road. Why is he being arrested?
Back up.
Why is he being detained? Look at them.
LUKASBORJA.
Oh, thank you, Joe. I won't.
He's just very upset. November 24th, 2003.
Holy shit.
Did they tell you why you're being detained? Nope. Just grab me. I didn't even fucking do it. I didn't even enter the street.
Why is he being detained?
Why is he being detained? Why is he being detained? Why is he being detained?
Kind of seems like he must have been doing something. They chased him down and everything. I mean, these people think that they have to have like an explanation at the time, like why they're getting arrested and they're all this stuff explained to them on the street. That doesn't work that way. They get told what they did wrong when they get to the police station and placed under arrest. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping they're coming. It usually takes a little while for them to get deployed, and I'm hoping they're going to show up. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Being unjustly detained by federal police to harass innocent homeless people.
I mean, this whole shame shit that they're yelling from Game of Thrones is so fucking aggravating and annoying. I mean, don't they realize that those were the bad people that were going shame, shame, shame? Those were not the good people. Those were the bad people in Game of Thrones. Those people were like the mob of unruly people.
$50,000, man. $50,000 bought your soul. I hope you're not religious. 50 grand bought your soul, son.
What do they mean 50 grand bought your soul? Because it was a bonus or something? Yeah, they all got melted on Game of Thrones. They did. Yeah, all those people yelling shame, shame, shame. They all got theirs in the end. Not embarrassed, but it's shameful how my people are doing and what they're doing. I promise you, not all Spanish speakers think or behave like these. Well, there's a humongous Hispanic population in the United States that are American citizens that are very patriotic and very respectful of the Constitution, and they want the law obeyed too. They don't want people just coming over the border, doing all this stuff, bringing crime, breaking the laws. Yeah, their insults come from a TV show. It's crazy. It is. It's like they're not, you know, these are not like sane people. Domestic terrorism does not actually exist in law, just used as a mens rea argument. Now, if they can get an official international link to these squats game on. Well, they have an official international link. They have them going to Cuba. They have them talking to the foreign groups. It's there. That's why Trump screwed up. He should not have said domestic. He should have said international terrorist. He should have said this is a global terrorist network, because they are. They are a global terrorist network. Your wife is Cuban. She does not play that shit. Yeah, you know, most Cubans I know are the most patriotic people you'll find. They hate communists, despise them. You know, and I just say, say hello to my little friend. All right, let's see. Do I have any more here? Let me look. It's time to consider possibility that Oregonian Democrats view Antifa violence as possibly a key to essential component to her ability to reign in power. Yeah, because here's every single one of these clips was taken in downtown Portland. Portland doesn't want a federal takeover. This is about the 14th Amendment. This was Brock. I saw this. I wanted to read it. There's more than one sentence in the 14th Amendment debates, genius. Children born on U.S. soil to foreign nationals who are neither citizens nor permanent resident aliens are non-American citizens because the foreign national parents are not exclusively subject to the political jurisdiction of the United States. Their child simply inherits the nationality of their parents. Let's say someone paid for at least 20 hotel rooms and a bus and gas for at least 2 vans when the BLM riots came to town. The hotel is near me. I saw them. Somebody's paying for it. That's the thing, is somebody's paying for it. If it's coming from unions, then the unions need to get shut down. That's it. Yeah, they think the Handmaid's Tale is real too. Yeah, they're crazy. The provision is that all persons born in the United States subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That means subject to complete jurisdiction. What do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction? Not owing allegiance to anybody else. That's what it means. Those persons who come completely within our jurisdiction that we think of making citizens. Certainly, gentlemen cannot contend that an Indian belonging to a tribe, although born within the United States, is subject to the full complete jurisdiction. That question has long been adjudicated. I am, however, by no means prepared to say that I think before that merely being born, independent of a new constitutional provision on a subject, creates a relation. I understand the word subject to jurisdiction to mean full, complete subject. I concur, and I'm holding that the word jurisdiction, as employed here, ought to be construed as to imply to full and complete. Note the amendment provides that all persons before, and it says it does not, should somewhere in there, as a transient or illegal foreign nationals are not. Yeah. So that was good. Antifa member got lit up by pepper balls inside the ICE facility in Chicago. Oh, let's see. This is good.
Your shirt, you good, bro? I would have taken the shirt off. All right. Who's got a new shirt? Jesus. Holy fuck. Holy shit. He's trying to shoot me. Look at you aiming at me.
Quit your job!
Get the fuck out of the truck! What you're doing is wrong! Fuck you! You're a fucking waste! Fucking die! You're a fucking waste!
Get out of here.
Oh, Kimmy Joe says the communists are running the unions and they plan on striking in 2028 to collapse our economy. Well, the funny thing is, a lot of the unions can't strike. They have no strike clauses, but they can't actually do it. They like in there. They're granted monies, and so they can't. They'd have to come up with like some kind of special reason to do the strike. And thank you very much for the $5. It's greatly appreciated, Kimmy Joe. And that's going to take another $5 off the goal for another hour. So that means we are now $57 away from a third additional hour. But I mean, I would think they would do it before, Kimmy, I would think they would do it before 2028. I think they would do it. I mean, 2028 is kind of a long way away. I mean, it's all going to depend on what happens with the midterms next year, 2026. Going to make a big difference on what happens.
The footage where you hear something whizzing by me, those are like sting balls or pepper balls being shot from a sniper that was on the roof of the federal building where ICE is operating out of. They had a guy on the roof shooting tear gas canisters and these sting balls that were just whizzing by. And thankfully, we had to duck. You know, they were shooting at.
All right, well, Status Quo is always on the ground to cover what the corporate media covers up. See our full video on YouTube. Oh, well, let me look up Status Quo. Let me see what he's got there. I'll look him up right now. Status Quo. So he's, I don't know. Nothing live. I don't see anything live right now. I don't see nothing live going right now. So let me go. I got some stuff pulled up. Let's look at this. So we have this this story that I didn't get to yesterday. Oh, Kimmy Joe says they're trying to set up more unions in retail. It's probably status quo is probably also communist. Yeah, probably. Government unions make up the lion's share of union work, and private sector unions have been eviscerated over the last 50 years. Union membership makes up about 3 to 5% of private sector. Yeah, but all the government unions, they can't strike. They have like weird things. Like the union I was in, we had a no strike clause in our contract. The IBW, we couldn't strike. It was part of the deal because all the work we did for the city and the state, stuff like that, we had weird no strike clauses. So it's like a weird thing. But actually, it's not FDR. Actually, there was no government unions. There was no public sector unions like the teachers unions. There was no, police unions. There was no firefighters unions. There was none of these people who work for government unions until Jimmy Carter signed an executive order granting them the right to make unions. They didn't have it. It was only private. It was only private unions or private business, not anything governmental related until Jimmy Carter signed that. What's it say? Who's handsome? At Who's Handsome, Carolyn has a YouTube channel infiltrated with Communist Party of America's meeting. Oh, you're talking about Carolyn Borenchenko? Yeah, I saw she's streaming, but I don't want to I don't want to pull up her stuff, Kimmy Joe. I don't, you know what I mean? I feel weird playing someone else's stuff like that, like it's talking over it. I don't want to, So look at this. So reps from 13 states slipped in Chicago for a secret meeting with CCP officials, including known spy fronts. On the table, America's farmland and food supply. Full expose. So here they are. They're meeting with the CCP. Yeah, I know. She'd definitely copyright strike me. Yeah. The event was run by the U.S. Heartland of China Association. Despite spinning it as a building resilient partnerships, Beijing's operatives were given direct access to U.S. agricultural executives and state leaders far from the public eye. Look at this. Translation provided. Oh, violinists, ag business, all these people. They're buying up our land. Look at this. So, welcome remarks. Ambassador Xing Jinping, Mr. Ni Ping Chong, Illinois Governor Pat Quinn, John Atkinson, Chairman of Intersect, Director Liao Fan, Institute World Economics, China, Ms. Bob Kiko Hiyo, General Counsel Wang, Mi Fong. Look at them all. Representatives from organizations at the top of the spear of Chinese espionage were also in attendance. Read the full story here. I want to know what politicians were there. Yeah, that's right. Any member of government who violates the U.S. Constitution is supposed to be removed from the government, not warned, not voted out, arrested, and removed. This is a fun fact. The CCP controlled law firm Paul Hastings' role on seizing America's farmland. Pam Bondi's brother is an equity partner in this law firm. What? Yeah, KB is just as authoritarian as the lefty she claims to have had left behind. I don't know. Hey, what's up, Who's Handsome? Nice seeing you here. There was a girl that had a post on salting unions, businesses, and government, etc., to take over the U.S. Yeah, that's was the communist playbook. I pulled up the article about that from the 1960s that they knew about it. That was the whole thing. The CCP just picked up where the USSR left off. That's right. You still think it's not a wise move to let hundreds of thousands of Chinese students? No, I don't think we should let any of them in. There's absolutely zero reason why 40 to 50% of these schools should be foreigners. That's dumb. It's dumb. Yeah. Fun fact, CCP's group Chongqing acquisition of Smithfield Foods was represented by Paul Hastings, a big law firm with billions of revenue coming from CCP and still is. Guess who's an equity partner of Paul Hastings? Pam Bondi's brother, Brad Bondi. Wow. 7.1 billion acquisition of Smithfield Foods. That's right. All our pork comes through China now. Brad Bondi, partner, litigation department. All these people, I think, your AG has a major conflict of interest with the CC3P through her brother-in-law. For God's sake, every single week is a new and worse embarrassment for her. She makes you look worse. Get her out of there. No confidence. Her brother, not brother-in-law. Be more exact.
Brother Brad, a brilliant lawyer.
Oh, her brother Brad, a brilliant lawyer. Yeah. Here's this. This is inside the secret meeting between the Chinese spies and U.S. agriculture officials helping China buy our farmland. This is nuts, man. They're stealing our. This is we're letting them do. We're letting them do this to us. This is ridiculous. Why are we doing this? I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know why we're letting them get away with this. No, people are not happy with Blondie at all. Yeah, read the book. They seized the means of production. They did it. Squat on that land. Yeah. A secretive Chicago meeting ignored by the mainstream press brought several dozen Chinese Communist Party officials face-to-face with America's agricultural leaders. The U.S. Heartland Association pitched its harmless forum. The real agenda was far more consequential, embedding Beijing into U.S. agricultural, food, and healthcare systems. They have a long history of enabling CCP takeover of American farmland. August 25th, the Heartland Connect for Trade Investment event was hosted by the China General Assembly. The press release admits more than 150 participants from 17 states and D.C., with a Chinese delegation of 45 representatives flew in from Beijing, Shanghai, Henan, Langyang, Shangxi. Senior representatives from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and Chinese People Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries were present. Both organizations are well-documented instruments of Beijing's espionage and influence strategy. Yep, it's a CCP takeover America. It really is. We're letting it happen. Discover more. Subscribe. But, oh, man, she wants me to subscribe. Oh, that's terrible. I hate that. Oh, no. Among the Americans lending legitimacy were Kim Norton, the mayor of Rochester, Minnesota, and Nathaniel Booker, the mayor of Maywood, Illinois. Oh, what do you know? Maywood, Illinois. Even more troubling was the corporate lineup. Jim Sutter, the CEO of U.S. Soybean Export Council, moderated multiple panels sitting side by side with CCP officials. I mean, this is why, the meeting sounds like treason. It really does. This is where why aren't these all people being investigated and being spied on? Because this seems like a meeting where all the people there are committing something. Yeah, maybe Pam could call Brad. It was not an open exchange. It was a carefully staged access point for CCP-linked groups to burrow deeper into America's heartland. Their own language betrays how soft it is on China. The press release gushes. Local leadership and regional collaborators. Yeah, that's what collaborators. That's what they are. They're fucking collaborators. Candid dialogue panels discuss how communities in both countries are navigating global challenges. Yeah, well, it was kind of a global challenge when they fucking poisoned us 5 years ago with a virus to try to fucking shut us all down to get Trump out of office. Sounds like harmless diplomacy. It's actually a blueprint for Beijing's infiltration strategy. They're urging local leaderships. Oh, wait, I see somebody put something in the chat for me over there. Where's the link? Oh, there it is. I thought it was somewhere else. Never mind. Yeah. The event press release is drenched in buzzwords like resilient cooperation and mutual benefit, but it offers no audit trail. There is no public accounting of who paid travel, lodging for the delegation, no published minutes, no disclosure of the memorandum, no record of the private commitments that were made. This is why it matters. Is this is not a debate about cultural exchange. It's a question on where control and leverage are being established in agricultural and food distribution and biotechnology. The Midwest is the backbone of American food security, and the deeper Beijing institution ties run in that region, the easier it becomes to exert economic pressure and gain strategic advantage. With the CCP officials seated next to the U.S. agribusiness executives, the conversation shifts from commerce to something far more dangerous: influence, dependency, and intelligence collection. Yeah. The U.S. should stop being an immigrant country. It was at the beginning like Australia, Canada, but has own culture now after 250 years. The melting pot has run over. A lot of people say that whole thing about the melting pot was a scam, like that comes from like a poem, like or something like that from some person who was basically a communist who wrote it. And here, this is the story I was talking about. It says Chicago approves a $90 million payout over disgraced ex-sergeant who framed hundreds for drug crimes. Yeah. It says Sergeant Ronald Watts leaves the Dirksen after being sentenced to 22 months in prison. Mm-hmm. And so the city council unanimously approved $90 million for 200 civil rights violations. They framed people for drug crimes they didn't commit. 176 lawsuits involving 180 wrongfully convicted people who spent close to 200 years combined behind bars. Yeah. But this guy was part of the drug unit that was working in the projects, the housing projects. And so they're saying every person he arrested was innocent. There was no people selling drugs. Yeah. He's falsifying reports and falsely accusing housing project residents and others of drug crimes unless they paid the officers off. I don't know. Is that true? I don't know. Teresa Kleinhaus, the Ida B. Wells housing project. Oh, his team of officers terrorized the Ida B. Wells. Settlement gives our client some manner of justice. He resigned from the police department and pled guilty in 2012 to stealing from a federal informant posing as a homeless man and a drug dealer as part of an undercover FBI sting. So this happened, so he stole from some guy some money, and so that's how they're saying, like, he framed everybody for drugs. Like, I don't know, maybe he did, but, I don't know if anybody knows anything. But, well, here's the thing. More than likely, a lot of this is just bullshit, and it's people cashing in on the fact that a cop got caught stealing some money from a guy that was a homeless drug dealer or whatever, stole money from him, and so then they're saying, oh, everything he ever did. And so all the drug dealers, because let me just, Ida B. Wells project, there was a lot of drug dealing going on. So everybody was innocent. There was no drug dealers. Well, where'd the drugs come from then? Yeah, the Pledge of Allegiance was written by a socialist for all the republics trying to level the U.S. Republic over the USSR. Had to learn it in Latin. Took a while to remember it in English. Well, in the city of Chicago, they don't, in the years after, dozens of residents began coming forward with claims they had been wrongly arrested. So they just basically come forward and they'd say, okay, we'll pay you money. It's a nasty chapter of young men on the South Side. Watts' attorney said he had no comment on the settlement claim. Watts neither arrested, accused, or testified against the plaintiffs. None of these people he had nothing to do with. So this is what I'm saying. This is all just the city basically paying people off because it's not the city's money. And so the city just keeps doing this and giving money away that's not theirs. It's the taxpayers' money. His involvement, where it existed, was limited to administrative tasks typical of a field sergeant conducted after the fact and entirely unrelated to legality or substance of the underlying arrests. In many instances, he was not even on duty when the incidents occurred. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't make any sense. They would, if he would have done all the stuff that they're claiming, they would have charged him with the crimes. This is the city paying people off. It's paying off the lawyers because all these lawyers that are representing these people are connected to the city officials. They're probably giving kickbacks to the city for getting the money. This is like another Ben Crump and they're getting money. Many of the committee's members expressed relief that it wouldn't cost the city more to resolve the federal civil rights cases. Taxpayers have long been asked to pay out multi-million-dollar police misconduct lawsuits, fueling a bedrock of mistrust. The deal comes as Chicago faces a budget shortfall of over $1 billion. So there's over $1 billion in shortfall, and they're just giving away $90 million. Brandon Johnson is giving the money away. Nicholas Spasazzo praised the settlement as the deal of the century during a Thursday meeting. Yeah, I'm sure. But I wonder if Spasazzo is getting any of the money. A democracy reporter covering misinformation and reproductive rights in state Supreme Court for the Associated Press. The fact that there's somebody that's a democracy reporter covering misinformation, that means she's a fucking liar. Let's see, this is another. Oh, this is just another repeat of the same story. Over disgraced officer who framed hundreds. They don't have any proof he framed anybody. He was never charged with framing anybody. What the? Says Governor Lee, federal agents to begin arriving in Memphis next week as part of the crime reduction move. I guess there's an ad here. Well, I don't know what's going on. It's not showing the ad.
Ingalls, low prices, love the savings.
And tonight at 6, we're continuing our coverage of National Guard troops heading to Memphis. Governor Bill Lee says federal agencies and troops will work together with Memphis police to try and make the city safer. Governor Bill Lee says the Memphis Safe Task Force will be led by the U.S. Marshals Service with support from the federal agencies like the FBI and National Guard. Coordination is already underway between those agencies, the Memphis Police Department, and the Tennessee Highway Patrol. The governor says the Guard and federal agents will take on investigations and major operations, giving MPD more flexibility.
Whenever we can put a law enforcement trained personnel, either FBI, DEA, National Guard, law enforcement trained, whenever we can put them in a position to allow a Memphis Police Department officer to be freed up to move into the street, we're multiplying the force of the Memphis Police Department, and they'll be key.
Lee added the deployment will be primarily federally funded, but earlier this week, some Memphis City Council members called on state leaders to reverse this decision, saying it will not help.
Armed troops aren't going to help anyone who's having a mental breakdown because they're off their medication. Tanks aren't going to provide housing for women who are being trafficked into prostitution. Soldiers in fatigue aren't going to stop domestic violence in homes.
Councilwoman Green asked instead for federal support and resources for work
All right,
she says
I'll pull it up.
they've already been doing.
So Governor Lee said that the troops will be part of a surge of resources to fight crime that includes 13 federal agencies, state troopers, and the story of crime in Memphis is about a story of the past. Memphis Safe Task Force will be in operation next week. Yeah. Memphis mayor says taking a more pragmatic, saying he never asked for National Guards, but recognized that they would come regardless of his opinion. Yeah, because the governor of the state requested them. So that's how that works. I want to, where do I have it right here? So I want to show this real quick. It says, and as ICE is fighting off radical leftist mobs at the Broadview detention facility, the chief of police, Thomas Mills, cried to reporters today about getting pepper spray in his eyes. Mills is a coward and prohibits his police officers from defending ICE agents from being attacked. Wow. Hey, Daniel Gagax, what's up, buddy? You're never late. You arrive. A wizard is never late. They always arrive exactly when they intended on. Let's see here. We got a crybaby.
Broadview Police Chief Thomas Mills says he was verbally attacked by an ICE agent during a protest outside of the immigration processing facility earlier this month. This is the mayor of Broadview just issued a scathing letter to ICE, accusing agents of regularly exposing local police to tear gas.
I've been doing this job a long time now, but I was shocked. I've never been spoken to by a fellow law enforcement officer in such a way.
Broadview Police Chief Thomas Mills says on top of requiring 75% of his department's manpower for crowd control outside of the ICE processing facility in the west suburban city, he was personally, verbally attacked by ICE agents during a protest.
I'm a leader of a department. I know that my office is looking at me for guidance and leadership, and I had to ensure that, you know, I had to stay calm and not engage in such unprofessional behavior.
Chief Mills says he was walking across a skirmish on September 12th, the day this video was shot. He was called multiple expletives by an ICE agent, calling him a coward, accusing him of neglecting his duties during protests that got physical. Mills also telling the I-Team about an incident earlier this week where a pedestrian was hit by a truck near the ICE facility.
Allegedly, a ICE agent struck someone and continued on into their location. And during the course of that, while trying to gather information, there was pepper spray released while my officers was right there. They felt the effects of that pepper spray where it altered their vision. You know, they were coughing, and I was on the phone with them, and they had to leave the area so they can decontaminate themselves.
Oh, he's a crime. I never got told what to get the fuck out of the way. If you're not going to, you're just in there, a DEI hire. Yeah, he agrees with the protesters. Definitely. Yeah, Memphis needed the National Guard and every other other agency. Yeah, Memphis is pretty bad. So we had that story. And I'm going to pull this up. We'll cover this other thing. Yeah, ICE becoming a battle, Broadview is becoming a battle zone for federal officers drive back Antifa using non-lethal munitions. Did we watch this already? Maybe not. Hold on. Yeah, it's total pussy. I ain't worried about it.
Oh shit! The fuck was that?
Let's see this. Who thinks we will be in a civil war soon? I think if the Democrats continue what they're doing and the way they're acting, they're basically pushing us into a civil war because they're trying to basically no matter what it is, anything that Trump does, they're fighting against. So you heard there was a shortage of non-lethal ammo a while back. They got a pretty big supply of the stuff, actually. So we'll see what happens. North Carolina authorities are searching for a suspect who fired gunshots from a boat towards a restaurant, killing 3. This was published at 12 a.m. today. So just a little 12:40 a.m., so less than an hour ago. So let's see. Turn this up.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Marianne Rafferty in Los Angeles. A manhunt is currently underway after a gunman opened fire on a dockside restaurant in Southport, North Carolina. At least 3 people were killed, 8 others are hurt. This happened around 9:30 last night at the American Fish Company. That's about 40 miles south of the South Carolina border. Police say a boat pulled up to the restaurant, fired multiple shots, and took off. A person of interest is being questioned.
Wow. So the deadly shooting took place in Southport, North Carolina around 9:30.
Meanwhile, Attorney General Pam Bondi deploying DOJ personnel to protect ICE facilities.
Oh, well, we'll watch this in a second. We'll watch that in a second. A manhunt's underway in South Carolina. There are reports of an active shooter, Southport Yacht Basin. Details are very limited. American Fish Company. City officials are urging residents to avoid the area. Yeah, I wonder if this is going to turn out to be another one of those Palestine people. Like what happened at that. If they're starting to attack things like this, if it's basically terrorism, like real legit terrorism, they just keep attacking. Like the guy who yelled "Free Palestine" and attacked the wedding. in Rhode Island or whatever. The op basin has several bars developing stories, so check back for updates. Does anyone have any more? Anyone seen any newer information than that? Let's see what this is.
Facility saying, quote, at my I am deploying DOJ ICE facilities and wherever ICE comes under siege to safeguard federal agents, protect federal property, and immediately arrest all individuals engaged in any federal crime. It comes after a fatal shooting at a Dallas ICE facility we all saw it Wednesday, just the latest in a string of targeted attacks. DHS says that ICE officers are facing a 1,000% increase in assaults, and Texas alone has seen 3 incidents since June, something Ben Ferguson pointed out this week on CNN.
This is the 3rd attack we've seen in Texas, in the same district as the man in charge today was saying. Like, this is the 2nd time he's had to have a press conference today.
Check out Carolyn Borchenko. I don't have her link, but she was on Next News Network. She's live, but she'll strike me if I play her stuff.
Don't put words in my mouth.
No, you asked a question. I'm answering your question. You're saying since it wasn't ICE agents that were killed, therefore this is a null and void conversation?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. And that's gaslighting. I'm asking you a simple question because when JD Vance went up there, and when you're coming up here, this is not a
good argument from you. Gavin Newsom went on TV last night. Did you see what he said? He said,
first of all,
ICE agents are authoritarian. You don't think that can inspire someone to do that?
ICE agents should be able to come home every single night. And so don't put words in my mouth. I am acting like it, first. And second, the fact that you and JD Vance and every other Republican can go on here
and talk about shooting people. We're not shooting people. The left is shooting people, and they're being inspired by that.
That is the low.
I'm sorry. I have a friend that got shot and assassinated 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I'm a little bit hot on this one because you guys have been irresponsible with the rhetoric that is coming out from people on the left.
Speaking a lot of truth, radio host Ben Ferguson joins me now. Ben, you're doing God's work, going out into the liberal media and having these conversations. And the thing I always hear from the left is let's have a common basis of facts, right? I hear this all the time. And I was looking at when that conversation took place, and it was Wednesday. And at that point, we know that anti-ICE was written on a bullet. We know who the target of this attack was. So it is so disingenuous. It is so dishonest for anyone to go on and make any sort of suggestion that this was not an attack on our brave ICE men and women. What was that moment like for you?
I was shocked because I've known Bakari as long as you probably have. And I'm like, let me get this straight. You're saying since an ICE agent wasn't shot, therefore this is not a big deal because an immigrant was shot. I'm like, we know the target here. And the night before, they referred to them on TV, Gavin Newsom, 8 hours before that shooting, as ICE agents are authoritarian. And this is a pattern, Kaylee, and the Democratic Party knows what they're doing right now. I put a list together. Tim Walz said ICE agents are modern-day Gestapo. Gavin Newsom called ICE secret police, calling them authoritarian 8 hours before the shooting. J.D. Pritzker said the country is becoming Nazi Germany because ICE is grabbing people off the streets and, quote, disappearing them. You have Representative Kelly said ICE is the Gestapo and a betrayal. Crockett, ICE is a slave patrol. I've got another 9 or 10 of those, but it's very clear that the Democratic Party now has said, we go all in against ICE. We inspire people to stand up and fight back. We inspire them to go after them and dehumanize them. When you're calling people the Gestapo, the secret police, Nazis, authoritarian, what did you think was going to happen? And this is the 2nd time in this sector in Dallas where this same man who's in charge of ICE had to come out and talk about these heinous attacks. And Democrats aren't stopping. And proof of it last night is Hakeem Jeffries. What did he say about Donald Trump supporters? He said that those that showed up for the inauguration of Donald Trump were what? Some sort of psychos at a convention, freaks at a convention. That is what he thinks of all of the people that voted for Donald Trump.
Ben, 24 hours after you had that conversation, we had a press conference. And in that press conference, we learned that this ICE shooter, I'm going to call him that, had the specific intent of avoiding harming detainees. So you were, in fact, exactly correct in what you said. But I want to ask you how troubling it is, this denial of facts. I'm going to play later in the show a soundbite that shows right when this happened, there were people jumping on the motive saying, oh, it could be a right-wing attacker. Same thing with Charlie Kirk. Yeah. And it seems to me until we get left-wing commentators to say, Jasmine Crockett's rhetoric is wrong. The motive was this. Until we get this common basis of facts, this violence, I hope not, but could continue because this rhetoric is deeply, deeply harmful.
It's not only harmful, but I think it's purposeful. And I do believe now that there is a wing of the Democratic Party, Kelly, and we have to start just talking about it for what it is. That is acting as if they're a terrorist organization. Because when you go out there and you continue this rhetoric days and hours after Charlie Kirk was killed, when you go out there and you disparage conservatives when the attack happens, whether it's on.
All right, I'm gonna pull this up real quick because this is that Portland Andy guy. It doesn't look like, it looks like they might have like tamped this down. If you look Broadview, Illinois, it looks pretty empty. Like they might have arrested everybody and cleared them out. They got some people here in Portland and by the Portland facility. It kind of looks like it's been cleared out. So we'll go back a little and see what happened here. All right.
Copy that. Guys, subs in the chat for the doc. Not my fiance out here putting fucking CPB to fucking, or CBP to work. Dude, she straight thumped that shit down on the table, dude. She came in, she unzipped her pants.
What?
Little 5'1".
I know what I want to hear about all that.
Right. But these officers are still.
Check in with what's going on. You gotta check in with them.
I want to see if they're going to show them getting arrested or something, or how they cleared them out.
Busy it is tonight.
Busy. You talk about criminals. Well, you got criminals that look like they stand with you, bro. ICE agents raped those children, and you did nothing about it. You did nothing about it. So you can't tell me
You're
about
tearing up?
who's a criminal.
Thank you very much, Buford.
Una cosa que he estado mirando.
I want to hear if it's cargo.
I'll get it for you.
The fuck's that guy talking about? ICE agents rape those children? What is he talking about?
All right, guys, I'm gonna close my live out. No, we're done.
Oh, anyway, so that looks like it's about what it is. All right. Where are we at here? Oh, shit. All right, hit the wrong button. Sorry. Here we go. Present. Share screen. All right. You hope that I can put the segment into shorts, therefore I can share them. Well, the thing about shorts is, what is going on? Why is it saying the thing with shorts is the problem is that in order to do it, the video's got to be less than 2 hours for it to break it up into shorts. Otherwise, it's a real pain in the butt to do it. You got to check local news. No real updates. All used to band played right before called Bacon Grease to put in the salt category. Talking about the shooting on the thing? Really? Sounds very blue and on. Yeah. Oh, how City Powell's License to Lie became a roadmap for today's DOJ reckoning. The City Powell 2014 book, License to Lie, Exposing Corruption in the Department of Justice, stands as the first credible, fully documented case study of the systemic DOJ corruption. Powell, a seasoned federal prosecutor turned whistleblower, did not settle for highlighting isolated errors. He exposed a recurring pattern of misconduct, discovery abuses, Brady violations, and politically motivated prosecutions that stretched from the Enron task force to the wrongful conviction of Alaska Senator Ted Stevens. These were not random accidents, but evidence of a culture within the DOJ where winning came before truth, where concealment and intimidation replaced fairness. Powell demonstrated that these abuses had real political consequences, even altering the balance of power in the Senate after Stevens was forced from office. For conservatives, her book crystallized the uneasy suspicion that the DOJ had ceased to be a neutral arbiter of justice. License to Lie made the suspicion a documented reality. My introduction to Sidney Powell came not through a legal journal, but through Rush Limbaugh. I remember listening to Rush praise her book, urging millions of listeners to grasp the depth of corruption Powell had revealed, which is exactly what the left made her a target. From that moment forward, Powell faced relentless attacks, sanctions, and smear campaigns. Designed to silence her, her real crime in the eyes of her opponents was telling inconvenient truths about the Department of Justice. Rush's platform amplified her warning and made her a household name among conservatives. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know if you guys remember Sidney Powell was the one who was Trump's lawyer who said all that stuff going into the elections, and they tried to make her look crazy. What makes License to Lie so important today is not just its vivid recounting of past abuses, but the roadmap it provided. By carefully documenting how prosecutors like Andrew Weissman and his colleagues hid evidence, destroyed livelihoods, and manipulated cases for political ends, Powell laid bare the methods and mentality of the corrupt DOJ officials. She named names, explained tactics, and identified structural flaws. In doing so, she built a field manual for reformers who would come later. Yeah, the left is going to go full Mao. They're going to try. Today, Pambani, Patel, and Bongino and Ed Martin are leading Trump's second-term effort to dismantle the DOJ rot. They're not starting from scratch. They're following the trail Powell blazed, armed with her case studies and her detailed dissection of the DOJ's culture of concealment. License to Lie is their blueprint. Well, if she's that great, why isn't she in the Justice Department? Why didn't they bring her in? You know, that's what I'm asking. Why isn't she there? If she knows all the stuff that's wrong and she knows how to fix it, why isn't she in there doing it? Consider how her work reframed the DOJ scandals of her era. The Enron prosecutions, once hailed as victories, collapsed under closer inspection. Powell showed how prosecutors pushed a case that destroyed Arthur Anderson, wiping out 85,000 jobs, only to be reversed unanimously by the Supreme Court. She revealed how Stevens, a sitting U.S. senator, was convicted after prosecutors suppressed exculpatory evidence, a violation so egregious the conviction was thrown out. These are not minor missteps. They're deliberate manipulations of justice and with devastating human and political costs. Yeah, if you remember, I know she has baggage. I know she has baggage. You're happy that Amuse is coming to the defense of Powell. Yeah. Thing is, like, you don't remember, like, Senator Stevens, when he got ousted out of Alaska, it gave Dems control of the Senate. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the smear against Powell was so complete even conservatives turned against her. Yeah, and Powell mapped the process so the conservatives could later recognize the same playbook when it was used against General Michael Flynn and against President Trump himself. Her book also gave conservatives the intellectual confidence to push back with precision instead of vague claims of bias. Powell provided case law, judicial opinions, and hard evidence. Judge Alex Kaczynski, a Reagan appointee who wrote the foreword and urged that Powell's work be the start of a serious national conversation about prosecutorial misconduct. Brendan Sullivan, one of the country's top defense attorneys, called her a hero. These endorsements were not partisan fluff, but professional validation from the top ranks of the legal world. Conservatives seized on these facts to argue that their skepticism of DOJ was not paranoia, but rooted in documented corruption. Powell's even-handedness pointed out misconduct under both Republican and Democrat administrations only strengthened her credibility. License to Lie thus reshaped conservative media and politics. Fox News highlighted her findings, National Review gave her a platform, and Rush Limbaugh made sure her message reached millions. When Trump's critics insisted the DOJ and FBI officials were beyond reproach, conservatives armed themselves with Powell's book. They could point to specific cases, specific prosecutors, and specific abuses. This was not theory, it was evidence. By the time Trump declared the DOJ was being weaponized, his base already had Powell's field guide in hand. Today, as Trump's anti-corruption team takes on entrenched interest within the DOJ, the importance of Powell's work has only grown. License to Lie remains the most detailed map of how corruption spread in America's top law enforcement agency. It explains not just what happened in the past, but how to recognize the same tactic when they reoccur. Powell's courage came at great personal cost, but it equipped a movement with the clarity it needed to confront the abuses of power they saw firsthand. Yesterday's indictments of James Comey would have been unthinkable before Powell's book forced these issues into the open. For conservatives, License to Lie is not a relic of 2014. It's the foundation of a decade-long reckoning. It's the field manual guiding Trump's second-term war on DOJ misconduct. So, I don't know. I read this. I thought you guys would want to hear it. So, I think it's interesting. All right, let me go. I'm going to pull up some more tabs. I got Friday, Thursday. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth orders nearly all top U.S. generals to attend mystery meeting next week. This is a couple days ago, but Secretary of War has summoned nearly all the U.S. military top generals to a Marine base in Quantico next week without telling them why. The directive was given with short notice to generals stationed around the world, sowing concerns and confusion among the highest ranks. Secretary of War will be addressing his senior military leaders next week. The Senate spokesman, Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell told the Post in a statement. Covering so many top military leaders in one location without a stated reason is exceedingly rare and presents a unique security risk. Are you really sure all these senior officials want all these officials in one place? A military analyst who requested anonymity told the Post. It's a ideal situation for the unthinkable. Yeah, someone's going to attack a military base in the U.S. That's going to really happen. Come on. Both Trump and J.D. Vance downplayed the significance of the meeting. I love it. I think it's great. I'll be there if they want me, said the president, who later asked the journalist, why is that such a big deal? You act like it's a bad thing. Hegseth has been aiming to reduce headcount among top brass while filling out the lower ranks, directed the Pentagon to cut its number of generals by 20%. Good. There are roughly 800 generals and admirals in the U.S. military, which typically oversee hundreds of thousands of troops. There was 7 4-star generals during World War II when we had 2 million people. 2 million people in the Army. 2 million people in the Army. And it was a war. Massive, biggest war. World War II. Biggest war in history. I think we have way too many generals now. Just saying. The new plan aims to shift focus of U.S. defense policy towards Western Hemisphere, according to sources. If finalized, the policy would mark a major undoing of Trump's deeply impactful 2018 strategy that set China and Indo-Pacific as a priority. Well, they're still a priority, but we got to protect the homeland. Got this one. A judge approves the $1.5 million copyright settlement between AI company Anthropic and authors. Thriller novelist Anna Bartz is photographed in her home. Okay. A federal judge on Thursday in San Francisco approved the settlement between artificial intelligence company Anthropic and authors who allegedly 500,000 books have been illegally pirated to train chatbots. Judge William also issued the preliminary approval in San Francisco federal court after the two sides worked out to address concerns about the settlement, which would pay authors and publishers about $3,000 for each of the books covered by the agreement. It does not apply to future works. This is a fair settlement, Alsop said, though he added that distributing it to all parties will be complicated. About the 465,000 books that are on the list of works pirated by Anthropic, according to Justin Nelson. I didn't think a sergeant from Fort Bragg posted a picture of himself wearing a fetish diaper with his top half in uniform. Well, he should be removed from service immediately. There's a general for the American Armed Forces DX. Wow. The Associated American Publisher called the settlement a major step in the right direction, holding AI developers accountable for reckless and unabashed infringement. Anthropic is hardly a special case when it comes to infringement. Every other major AI developer has trained their models on the backs of authors and publishers, and many have sourced their works from the most notorious infringing sites in the world. I thought there was like an exception to copyright for like educational stuff. I don't know. Why does it say Judge Skewers the settlement with offers and pirated book? Says it's pleased with the preliminary approval decision will allow us to focus on developing safe AI systems. We've continued to constantly maintain the court's landmark ruling in June that AI training constitutes transformative fair use remains intact. The settlement simply resolves the narrow claims about how certain materials were obtained. Authors Guild, says the settlement marks a milestone for authors. So it wasn't the fact that it was that they didn't pay for the works that they used. They didn't like buy copies. Training a program isn't education. Well, they're not making a copy of it. All they're doing is they're just loading it into the program. They're just reading it. I don't understand. I'm confused. Like, they're saying it's fair use. What they're getting hit for is because they got the they took the stuff off of the dark web or off other places. Off of like archives or whatever. I mean, I don't know. A Monday filing sought to convince the judge that the parties have set up a system designed to get robust notice to all authors and publishers covered by the agreement. They also tried to assure him that the authors and publishers that cobbled the deal together are not doing any backroom dealings that would hurt lesser-known authors. Yeah, they torrented the books. That's what it looks like. They put them through some kind of that's what they're saying. They got them from pirate sites. They didn't actually buy the books. If they would have bought the digital copies of the books, like from whatever, the digital PDFs of the books, and used them, I think they would have been fine. But they never paid for the original books. His main concerns were how the claims process will be handled, an effort to ensure everyone eligible knows about it and they don't get the shaft. The judge has raised worries about the two big groups connected to the case, the Authors Guild and the Association of American Publishers, working behind the scenes in ways that could pressure some authors to accept the settlement without fully understanding it. Attorneys for the authors said they believe the settlement will result in a high claim rate, respects existing contracts, and is consistent with due process. The deal is a mixed ruling in June, finding that training AI chatbots on copyrighted books wasn't illegal, but Anthropic wrongfully acquired millions of books through pirate websites. Best-selling thriller novelist Andrea Bartz, who sued Anthropic with two other authors last year, said in a court declaration ahead of the hearing that she strongly supports the settlement and will work to explain its significance to fellow writers. Yeah, rule number one, don't get caught. Somebody opened their mouth, obviously. He plans to step down from the bench by the end of the year. Bill Clinton nominated him in 1999. Oh, so Trump will get to appoint somebody then. AP Technology writer Brian O'Brien. All right, so this story really pissed me off. This is a story that if the DOJ doesn't step in and do something about this, I'm gonna have a serious problem. I've already tried to tweet it out to Harvey Dillon and them, like they need to step in here. Pro-life advocate Savannah Craven Antoyo says charges against a woman who brutally assaulted her on camera have been dismissed by DA Alvin Bragg. She was assaulted back in April while conducting a street interview. Breonna J. Rivers was arrested and reportedly charged with felony assault. But after an interview with two prosecutors, I was informed that the felony had been downgraded to a misdemeanor. Then on July 23rd, I found out the prosecution simply allowed this misdemeanor to be dismissed on speedy trial grounds, apparently due to the prosecution's failure to file a certificate of readiness. There's nothing wrong with getting things from the Bay of the Pirate site. Yes, I know that correctly. Yeah. My assailant, Breonna J. Rivers, continues to show zero remorse and make jokes about her act of violence towards me and other pro-lifers. Shame on you, Alvin Bragg. There's literally endorsing violence against conservatives. Infuriating. This is her talking about it. I think they're going to show it, so we're going to play this because this is infuriating.
On April 3rd, 2025, I, Savannah Craven Howe, was brutally assaulted in the streets of Harlem while conducting interviews on Planned Parenthood. The entire shocking interaction was caught on camera by my husband, leaving no doubt that the assailant, Breonna J. Rivers, was not only guilty of aggravated assault, but also exulting over her own vicious criminal act. Rivers was arrested and reportedly charged with felony assault. But after an interview with two prosecutors, I was informed that the felony had been downgraded to a misdemeanor. Despite indisputable video evidence of brutal assault and battery, producing significant injury, trauma, and resulting in over $3,000 in medical bills. Over the next few weeks, the Office of the New York District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, infamous for its two-tiered system of justice that favors criminals over victims, failed to pursue the case. On July 23rd, 2025, I find out the prosecution simply allowed this misdemeanor to be dismissed on speedy trial grounds, apparently due to the prosecution's failure to file a certificate of readiness. I was never advised by the prosecution that my case had essentially been abandoned. As a matter of fact, the prosecutor assigned to handle my case isn't even admitted to the New York bar, just an inexperienced law school graduate. Yet he was able to handle my case under a student practice rule, which is supposed to apply to only very minor offenses. Prior to the dismissal, the prosecutors failed to communicate with me and with my lawyers, and the failure to communicate continued after my lawyers intervened on my behalf to try and find out how this case could be dismissed. To this day, my lawyers and I have received zero reply, despite multiple text messages, emails, and phone calls. It is inconceivable that a violent assault case such as this, one that received widespread media attention, including that shocking video, would be put into the hands of somebody not even admitted to the New York bar, who then allowed for the case to be dismissed. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that this case was deliberately sabotaged. To this day, my assailant, Breonna J. Rivers, continues to show zero remorse and make jokes about her act of violence toward me and other pro-lifers. I do not want clicks, fame, or sympathy for what happened to me. I want justice for the countless pro-life and conservative activists that go out and peacefully stand up for what they believe in. And justice for the thousands of preborn children who will be aborted today, tomorrow, and the next. No one on either side of the aisle should experience physical violence for using their First Amendment right. Shame on you, Alvin Bragg.
Shame on Alvin Bragg. Mm-hmm. They committed these acts of violence because they are not held accountable. It's by design. It is. Alvin Bragg has dismissed the charges against Breonna J. Rivers, who assaulted pro-life advocate Savannah Craven and Tayon Cameron April, allowing the felony to be downgraded to a misdemeanor, and dropped it entirely.
A child. Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused. That's not the point. What I'm saying. That's really.
What's wrong with you?
You have a. Oh my god!
Mm-hmm. Blue skies support this monster. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. Breonna Rivers is a new goal. Marxist. Look at this. Yay. See? Need some support right now. Here's her link. Donate to this woman who just beat this other woman. Yeah. Why is Kathy Hochul? Why are you a disgrace? When are you going to hold people accountable for assault? You are trash. Oh, I saw this already. Just get the fuck away from them. Mm-hmm. 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 Attorney General or Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg refuses to prosecute violent attack against pro-lifer. Yeah. No shame, man. Guess I'm the last ghetto chat standing. Maybe. I don't know. Did they all leave? Did they all leave? Everyone leave the ghetto? No. Says there's 33 people in there watching it right now in the ghetto. I don't know. Mm-hmm. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Mm. Thomas More Society attorneys announced they will file a civil suit and seek damages on behalf of veteran pro-life advocate. They need to get the feds to step in. The feds, this is what the whole civil rights division should be doing. They should be going after Alvin Bragg. They violated this woman's civil rights by not protecting her, by not enforcing the law. That's what they do. They go after this other woman too. I mean, that's what they did. That's why they have the civil rights division, is for this case like this. When the state refuses to do what they're supposed to do to protect people's rights, when they're persecuted for the religious or political or racial, whatever. Yeah. You got this. The woman who decked a pro-life activist claims she was provoked into violence. Oh.
be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
That's really.
Stop holding me.
What's wrong with you?
Stop holding me. Stop my.
You have
Oh my God. She just punched me in the face. We were just doing a street interview with my camera and everything was fine for over 20 minutes or however long we were filming, and then she just punched me in the face. Oh my God.
Wow, that's crazy, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the woman who attacked her said that she was wrongfully reported a pro-life activist. So this woman right here, she said she apologized. She never apologized. I sincerely apologize, but I can't sit around and lie and continue pushing one-sided narrative. I understand hands being put on someone is never the answer, but throwing rocks and hiding hands is worse. What? She knows the truth and she needs to release the footage in its entirety. She's a professional antagonist, not a reporter. The truth will be told. This lady filmed it. She never touched this woman. Rivers shared a note accusing Craven of intentionally antagonizing her during the man on the street interview. Rivers also accused her of editing the footage to remove what she called relentless antagonization. She could have walked away. I will not allow my image to be defamed by this woman's actions. This is crazy. She reported the incident to police, admitted to provoking Rivers. Authorities said Rivers has not been arrested. What? She admitted to provoking her. The two butted heads during a conversation on the street. I need a platform to share my side of the event. She has 7 million views, making me out to be a child-killing monster. When she knows the truth, she railroaded me into all this. She needs to release the unedited footage of her relentless antagonization on a subject that is very touchy. I will not allow my image to be defamed. This is crazy. I sincerely apologize, but I cannot. Yeah, I apologize, but you forced me to do it. She didn't do nothing. The interview grew sour as she routinely interrupted Rivers, claiming women who have undergone abortion were killing babies. Things took a turn when asked what foster kids should be killed because they're not wanted. And then she responded, why not? Who's going to take care of them? I need the percentage of people who take care of foster care and abuse them and molest them and make them personal slaves, so they'd be better off dead, she said. Wow, the pair went back and forth. And she said, I'm not the one who admitted she'd be okay with killing foster kids. That's not the point. That's not what I'm saying. And then, boom, she attacked her. Yeah. Mentally, I'm kind of struggling. I have a lot of stress, got flashbacks to what happened to me. Oh, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Basically, it's, a couple places. Yeah. Oh, and there's this. Dana Bash says, I asked North Carolina Governor Josh Stein if he will sign Arena's law, which is now on his desk after passing the state legislature. His answer will infuriate you. You guys ready for this mishmash of bullshit?
Earlier this week in North Carolina, the state legislature passed Arena's law, a criminal justice package named for the Ukrainian refugee who was murdered on Charlotte's light rail system last month. The bill would limit bail, ensure more defendants undergo mental health evaluations, and notably could help restart executions. The bill is on your desk, Governor. Will you sign it?
Well, I'm reviewing it as we speak. It's a complicated bill, but here's the thing. That young woman was a light. I've met with her family. She was a special person. She was friendly to everyone she came into contact with. She loved animals. She loved art. She was hardworking. She was really making a life here. She came 3 years ago from war-torn Ukraine, trying to come to a peaceful place where she could have that brighter future. And she was really happy here. Her death is an absolute travesty, horrific. What we need to do is make sure that in response, we are going to take measures to keep our community safer. We need a lot more police who are well-trained in our communities, proactively on the ground, engaging with people to promote safety. We need them on the transit system, but we also need them throughout our communities. I have a proposal to our legislature that would help us to address a large number of vacancies that exist in law enforcement, whether it's local or state. We need to address pretrial issues to make sure that people who are repeat offenders and engaged in violence are held if they pose a risk to society. And we really need to do a lot of work on mental health. We
In the
need to have
meantime-
ability to.
Go ahead.
People need a place to go when they're having a schizophrenic attack. If they are a risk to themselves, if they're a risk to other people, we need some place for them to go. And one thing this bill doesn't do is provide any funding to help us address that issue.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. In the meantime, you do have this bill on your desk. If you don't sign it or veto it, either one, it would just automatically go into law. Are you considering doing that, or will you either sign it or veto it? Will you take your pen out no matter what?
As I said, I'm reviewing it really as we speak. It was the last meeting I had before I got on the call with you.
So yeah, we're reviewing
Earlier
it
this week.
Yeah, we're reviewing it. Here's my furlough interview. We're not going to. I have to commend you for attempting to hold his feet to the fire and not letting him weasel out of answering the question. But alas, he answered like a greasy politician. We're gonna come over to this in 1 second. But first, I want to show you. All right. Where we at here? Okay, so low watermark says go, go, go. Whatever it is, make the goal. Well, thank you. Right now, with that 15, that puts us at $42 away from a third additional hour. Well, thank you very much. Rumble Chat's often referred to as a ghetto since we are special. You guys are very special. I always try to check it out every couple of minutes. I go over there and look and see if anything's important. I mean, I can see the chats in here, but any type of super chats or Rumble rants, I don't get to see really. So that's the way that is. Yeah, he is a greasy politician. Let's see this. Let's say, watch this. So it says, New North Carolina State Rep Marcia Maury is claiming that there is no correlation between the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska and the fact that her killer was let out of jail. There's no correlation between being let out of jail and then murdering people. He was arrested and released 14 times. You can't make this up. Ready? So ready?
But don't correlate what happened in January and a magistrate who set a bail according to guidelines to what happened in August. There is no correlation. But don't correlate what happened in January and a magistrate who set a bail according to guidelines to what happened in August.
Yeah, don't blame us Democrats for the shit we did that are getting people killed. Yeah. Does she think it's children okay and just pay one thing? Yeah. So this is the judge who let the career criminal walk free and went to slaughter Irina Zarutska, lying sack of shit. And here's the other side of this. It says, my floor speech yesterday in response to her ridiculous comments. My Democrat colleagues talk about mercy and kindness, but where's the kindness for Irina?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take a little approach differently than where we've had it here in the last few moments. Taking a father's perspective. I have two daughters, pretty close in that age. Beautiful like this young lady was. I just want you to imagine, as a parent, your child fleeing a worn, torn country because of the devastation that she and her family and her neighbors are experiencing. She wants to be somewhere safe. She wants to be somewhere where she's accepted, somewhere that she knows that she can have a better future. So she leaves for the greatest country.
Hey, G Shark Man, how you doing? Nice to see you tonight.
She comes here. She's productive. She tries to do everything right. She's working hard. She's bought her a car. She's studying to get her driver's license. And for no reason, her life was ripped from her. I'm sure every one of us watched the video. And the horror in that child's face. Could you imagine looking at your murderer who calculated this murder? Very aware of what he was doing, had the knife, opened it up, waited for the opportunity. And he ended her life. We just heard some buzzwords: kindness, mercy. Gosh, you're not showing that. Well, he damn sure didn't show it to her, now did he? Where was his kindness? Where was his mercy? Ending a life for no reason. Ridiculous comments. Want to talk about Christian values? Yeah, I've got Christian values. We've got to have that mercy. And it hurts me to forgive him. I don't want to, but I got to. But it is not right the wrong. We heard some legalese, facts. Here's a fact: she's dead. She's not coming back. And this monster did kill her. Ridiculous to think any otherwise. This is not a Republican matter. This is not a Democrat matter. This is not a racial matter. This is right. This is wrong. He was wrong. This is a step to right what we can do in this state. We owe it to this child. We owe it to the people in this state to do the right thing to protect one of our own who came here, who trusted us, that she would have the protection to have a vibrant, beautiful future. You've got children. Swap places for one moment and think about your child looking up in those murderous eyes. Her last vision is a guy taking her away from everything: her family, her home, her boyfriend, the future she was going to build. Mercy? Yeah, no mercy on that. And he showed no mercy, and we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing to send those who are doing these evil, evil crimes and give them the punishment they so justly deserve.
That's right. Give it to them.
What purpose does the...
Okay. G. Sharkman, thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the 5. That's a special one just for you, and that's for little watermark there. So we are down to the wire here. We got exactly 1 minute and 26 seconds to go. This says North Carolina General Assembly passes Arenas law to address violent crime and mental health. Imagine what went through her mind as she realized she was stabbed and that she was about to die. Yeah, it's, man, that's a rough one. It really is. No telling.
It's on Poshmark. It's here and it's half off. Find the best.
The House voted 83-31 following the Senate's vote of 28-8, both chambers in favor of passing the bill. This bill is in response to the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska. White Gable House representative for Onslow County says this bill is to protect the citizens.
With everything we had happen, we just wanted to kind of send a message to people that have been violent and want to harm innocent people that it's not okay. And if you are violent, that this is a possibility.
Gable says the bill adds stricter guidelines about how to deal with repeat violent offenders, mental health, and victims' rights. Here in Eastern Carolina, David McFadden says some of the biggest changes for our system would be the mental health aspect of the bill.
Under the previous law, if a person was arrested for a crime, even if they were exhibiting mental health issues, the magistrate could not refer them for a psychiatric evaluation. So this way they can get that initial assessment for mental health and potential treatment while at the same time facing the consequences of the criminal charge.
Representative Gable tells us that during the voting, several Democrats left the chamber.
There was a lot of different reasons that people didn't vote for it or walked out.
One of these reasons was due to an amendment on the bill about the death penalty that says...
Yeah, so Democrats wouldn't even vote for this bill. This is crazy. The House voted 83-31 following the Senate's 28-8 vote. Wow, what do you know? That's exactly the number of Democrats. Oh, Democrats didn't vote for the bill. Who was absent from the vote expressed her opposition, saying, I refuse to be dealing with crazy stuff, and that's why it was to me. It's crazy because when you decide you want to reinstate the death penalty and use a firing squad or hanging a person, that's a problem. I was supportive of the original bill was proposed until the 11th hour. Senate leadership inserted provisions to expand the death penalty procedures, including fallback execution methods like firing squads. Well, sounds like they got a veto-proof majority, though. So that's what they got. Well, anyway, I want to thank everybody who was here. Remember to hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I'll see you all Sunday night. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.